A special one from the CEO Scandal with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today.
Spoon TV.
This one you back today.
Spoon TV. Spoon
Balabadidadida. Skidibidibidabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
A special one from the CEO Scandal with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes.
And of course, this is Spoon 107.5 FM. For those of you listening to us via Fabric 101.1, or better still, on our affiliate radio stations all across Liberia. This is the Spoon Talk. Today is the 3rd day of January 2024. Yeah, I thought I was going to say 2023. People still making that mistake, though. You know, it takes a while for you to get used to the fact that you've crossed over. It's a new year. Instead of saying 2023, you should say 2024. You know, yeah, I'm still making those minor errors. But the year has begun with a bang. Not the all-wear party, not the other stuff you have been doing, you know, welcoming the year, all that kind of stuff. The year has begun with a specific bang. The kind of bang that can give you dementia. But let me bring on Chokon Flower first, and we'll tell you what's happening in the country. Good evening to you, Chokon. How are you?
Man, happy New Year, ba.
Happy New Year too. Since 2023.
We just beat you.
Yeah, since 2023. I just seen you.
Good to see you, Damon.
Good to see you as well. What's good? What's going on?
Man, the only news is like you were saying, the news coming from Pinsville.
Are the only news in the country?
No, aside from political news now, because the politics is an everyday thing for Liberia.
All right. We'll get to that. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all those of you watching us all around the world. From North America to South America to Australia, down under.
What I want?
They got Liberians in the Caribbean, as well as Russia. Yeah, they got Liberians in Russia. They got Liberians in China. They got Liberians in Southeastern Asia. They got Liberians all around. You know, not in every country though, but on every continent. You have Liberians represented there, or even Liberian by descent, you know, whether their fathers were from here, their mothers were from here, or, you know, yeah, but Liberians are all around the globe, I should say. Yeah, you're welcome, and you're watching Liberia's biggest, this is the nation's #1 talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. So wherever it is you're watching us from, you definitely are most welcome. For those of you listening to us all across Liberia, we'd love to say welcome. This is your show. What's trending? A lot of things trending in the country, but when your money get dementia, that one can yeah. So I woke up this morning to a lot of calls. People calling left, right, center. Something happening in Zubatan. Something happening in Zubatan. Something happening in Zubatan. What happened in Zubatan? Yeah, what happened? So it's alleged, it's reported. The reason I'm saying it's reported because we sent our correspondent, Sylvester Cholople, there to authenticate and verify, but he didn't get to, you know, reach to the location, the actual location of where this is said to have happened. Hence, I'm using the word reported. It's been carried on blogs all across, you know, social media space. Now, one Susu man, yeah, allegedly, reportedly, having collected the people yellow susu, you know, where you can just get your susu car in your hair, then you marking. If that 3 boy, you pay you on a 5 ball, a 6 ball, maybe you get 2 hands, or get 3 hands, or get 4 hands, or get 5 hands. Then, according to the story, as being reported, the susu man says she can't remember people again. That people can't collect their money.
You can't remember anything.
Yeah, I can't remember anything.
And they can't see the book, the market, the thing in you.
Then they can see the book. You know, the record book, the Susu man can get big record book where you tell on the market, you mark your yeah. Then we're saying a smart AI.
A smart Susu man.
Yeah, we're saying a smart AI. Then we're saying a forgetting AI. Yeah, but no, not because I'm laughing. No, I'm not laughing at those who are reportedly the victims. You know, I'm not laughing at them. No, but the whole situation where the whole dementia thing wasn't diagnosed, it wasn't realized until today. And you know, people were paying up to yesterday to complete the mine, all that kind of stuff.
The whole year and before.
Whole year. That when dementia can set in, yeah, true come back.
I think the Susu man should go to JFK then and check.
Yes, Grant. And they knew our mental hospital, but on JFK as well. Yeah, as you rightly said. Yeah. Oh.
Let the people check, my man. They say Jalo and all finting.
That one hearing. Jalo finting. pastor,
All the
policeman.
really woman, my man.
So my question,
Pastor pulling susu, my
the
man.
pastor can post susu, not gamble.
Or the offering.
Susu that saving. It's not established offering, but susu that saving. It's just an informal way of saving, that's all.
Policemen empire, you already know who money they can be put in as susu.
I want to test a jar and swear. I want to tell you jar and swear, you know. All the police, reportedly about 15 police officers were found out susu. So I want to tell you jar and swear. But let's just leave it. But my question to you, Choco.
Man,
When did the
you are
dementia...
lazy ready to pack you?
Now, if you find any police officer extra aggressive, you know that you are part of that. Especially around the Dubai Road and Peaceville. But instead of having in
Joshua Mena grab you.
Yeah, Joshua Mena. But Choco, there's the question. When did the dementia set in? And the question there.
I mean, December 31st.
When did it set in? Because if it's a yearly susu, it was to end, collection was supposed to end on the 31st of December.
Mm-hmm.
Then all they do now is just to be compiling
records for
map.
payment and all of that.
Compiling the map. You know you have made your plans. You know you have made your plans. You now put XYZ amount of money. You're supposed to get it out. But this is not surprisingly the first story we're hearing about susu. Last year again, there was another story about a susu collector around the Bannersville end. The Gardnersville end there.
Mm-hmm.
That was another huge commotion. Men say the play got buying the money. They robbed him. According to that story, they robbed him when he went for the mine. He was coming with the money. You know, he brought the money to the hall. People end on the hall and seen there, and they carry the money. Hey, man, Choco. But the woman says you can't recognize anybody.
It's sad, man. Especially people who supposed to pay rent.
You say your name and
pay your school fee and
you
all
say
of
how
that.
much you give me? You give me money.
I know you.
I know you.
Yeah, but it's sad, you know.
It's sad, though.
But it's a good start for the year, you know, to make you stress-free for those who hearing it, but those who part of it, it's serious, man.
It's coming up by serious. But man, let's toss. To post susu, people strive.
Mm-hmm.
People sell on the hard sun.
Especially the police people, man.
I mean, leave police men alone. Police
men suffer, man.
They're leaving alone. But those who walk around, you know, to sell, they will be under the scorching sun, Choco.
Yeah, especially between the cars.
And all of that.
And
people take their hard-earned money. So people paying 2 hands, 600, 1, 2 every day. You know what it takes to walk all around and you get your money religiously.
No, but Damo, again, you can determine when somebody can get sick.
Hey, my man. So my question is,
no, you can determine
if the sickness has set in long before the year end, the people would have stopped paying that money because they would have noticed that something wrong. But for the fact that people came to collect their money, I thought you say you can't remember people. When you got dementia,
Damo, you can determine when somebody will get sick to admit. When they knew they were not going to put that money, then maybe they almost said she didn't know that you're going to get sick, man. The only thing ever is that the book disappearing at all.
The book disappeared to the book who had dementia.
Maybe it was family members skin, they were scattering things, and the book just.
People will handle their susu case, but that's just, you know, that just goes to show. I mean, everything. I don't know, man.
I mean, that
yeah.
New year, new thing. New president, everything.
Yeah. All right. So we leave that story. We'll be following that story, but I want to know the nitty-gritty. So tomorrow we'll be all in Subatan looking. Today we were all there looking, but we couldn't get a location. So we'll be all there again. This is a reporter story.
But who will speak to Damo?
Well,
the woman can't remember anything.
She get family now. There will be some of the members then there tomorrow. You don't have money, but people will keep going around. Yeah. But if the woman get dementia, reportedly she get dementia. Where the money?
The woman can remember where she put the money, my man. It's simple.
I did that one. Yeah, I did that one. tomorrow, intentionally drive around the Dubai Road and see what they have the police office on their way to.
A minute will pack you.
Yeah, no negotiation.
A minute will pack you.
No negotiation. But anyway, let's move to the next story. But before we do that, let's bring on Dwalu as he's in the background, Dwalu and the people.
Dwalu laughing, eh?
Yeah. Dwalu already got.
Dwalu know about Susu.
Dwalu know about Susu. Susu oil, bro. Susu oil, bro. Susu oil, bro. Yeah. But now the whole dementia thing, I can't understand. When did it actually happen?
I mean, you get determined when somebody will get sick.
Yeah, man.
You get determined. You get determined when somebody gets sick. It can happen anytime, my man. That sickness.
It just hard to.
It didn't get a death. It can come anytime.
I mean, dementia will just come on you like that. Either you hit your head against something, that will cause you to have dementia.
But friendly speaking, Liberians, we can go for test to test your brain, your head, all I wanted. So maybe, my man, been happening small until.
I believe that story there.
My man.
I believe it.
Dwalu.
Yeah, Dwalu. Yeah.
So, what's up, gentlemen? Truck on, Mr. Slinger. What's popping? What's going on?
Now we have to remember each other before tomorrow we get dementia. Yeah. So.
If you remember, y'all say Opa, my man, on my name. Like, come on, my man, be Bazo.
Yeah.
Good.
More than you.
I say more than who you are. I say more than Bazo.
So that Bazo contest are going to do that. So I can just
you know I can speak Bazo more than you.
You are right.
I'm on Electoral District 5.
Where in Grand Bazo?
Grand Bazo. Bien bon Wietan.
Oh, okay. I know that area. Okay, that's not bad. Mr. Slinger, man, I love the hair. What's going on with the hair?
Yeah. The hair, I want my scalp to rest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If people praise you, you say you love it to be grandson.
I was talking yesterday. One people said, but Valu, you are not quite on the hair. My people, during the winter, I can grow my hair. During the summer, I'll be in Liberia a few days, so I'll have to call it because it's hot.
Well, you'll be in Liberia and Dalu need to talk.
Yeah, I'll be in Liberia. I'll be there for a while. I got plenty to do, man.
Yeah.
I'll be there for a while as well. I'll be there for the inauguration. Yeah, the woman who want me, she will be there with me too. She said that she won't come, she banned grandma.
You go swallow fufu?
Where he began? But I can't grandma began. You all right? I can be.
So Valu.
Yeah.
Let's toss one.
Correct.
The whole Susu collection dementia are set in.
Yeah.
What your take on that?
It's possible.
I agree.
Possible.
Even President we are saying everything is possible. It could be your man.
But listen, I'm finished, but it's not likely.
Yeah.
Possible, but not likely. Damo, you know what wrong? Most of the Susu they do in Liberia, the people can document the Susu, but I've told people many times when I'm in Liberia, I said, listen, why are you doing Susu? I understand the aim of Susu. Look, let me tell you, they get a bunch of Cambodians here in America. They don't go to bank. The way they do their own Susu, and I think if Liberia did Susu that way, it's better. There's a tea oil we eat Susu, right? And one more Damo eat, and there's one Chugo eat, and there's one I eat, right? And I give you go in rotation, it's a primitive form of Susu. But what these people do here is nobody can eat in their Susu. But this is how it can work. Damo Slinger wants to open 3 stores in real life. Damo will join the Susu. The Susu money sits there. If they'll build Damo's 3 stores, let's say $100,000 US, everybody in the Susu put into that Susu. Damo will take the $100,000 and go build a store. If a Damo, you're not paying the Susu people back because you took or because you eat. The only thing you're going to do, that $100,000 you took, you have to replenish that $100,000 in the time that you allowed it. So it's a lifetime Susu. So everybody in that Susu, so the way we're working, let's say Chokon in the Susu before me. For every year you stay in a Susu, you get certain credit limit. So that's a year 1, you get up to $5,000 you can borrow from the account. Maybe year 2, you get $10,000. So based on how much you can borrow, you can get to get from the Susu, but there is no interest. But you got to pay it back. So while you eat, so let's say you're paying $100 every month. Maybe now because you told $10,000, you pay $150 every month. But the Susu only goes to business that can generate money. So all the people in here, when they own bosses, they own the boss line, they own the supermarket, but it comes from the Susu. So to become the member of the Susu, it's a lifetime Susu. So it's like a banking system. So everybody sign an agreement. If you get $500 every month, that $500 go into the account. But based on you build credit over time. The credit that you build, you can use everybody's money. So they come. Okay, let's say with chairman of the board. We say, my man, Damo 100,000. Damo not pay only 2,000. What kind of business Damo want to do? Damo want open supermarket on Canyon Road. Then we do the business analysis. But ain't no wrong. Supermarket. Damo, we give you the 100,000. You open your supermarket for you. But my man, you know the Susu, so the contract with Sun. So you got to pay the $100,000 back plus whatever is on your hat to keep the Susu going. And then when you born your son automatically enter the Susu because your son coming on under you.
Wow.
So the Susu is generational. But what we do our Susu, so on E, you go to something with the Susu. So the money now working for us. So the generational Susu is something I would encourage in Liberia. You can, let's say you want to open your farm, you can't be. And another thing too, you need a great core system for that kind of Susu to work. Because I'm gonna get G, you build supermarket. I was my man. I just I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna put food in there. You can't get them on the court. You can't them on the court. I'm gonna get small man. Them will tie the case in something and Yama court. The case died. Them will tell that man. But in other countries, them will die. So it's that serious.
It's that serious.
Yeah, you can't. In Liberia, you know, we still joke around in Liberia, and with people, look, I know in my life, in my experience, I don't joke with three things. You don't joke with a man's wife, you don't joke with a man's family, and you don't joke with a man's money. Most places around the world will kill you for it. In Liberia, we can leave it with God. You don't leave things. God don't want you to leave anything with Him. You eat the Bible. Don't leave nothing with God.
Yeah, that's why you can punish people.
Yeah, God is not like Jesus Christ. We're still living. As I said, God don't want men not to be consequences. It's in the Bible. Everything in the Bible, even if God forgive you, He punishes you. Everything in the Bible, even God forgive you, He can punish you. So in Liberia, when we leave it to God, we weaken the society. We really do. I'm not joking. I'm not being funny. We really weaken the society.
So you're saying that my question to you is, you're saying that dementia story is not holding.
No, it's possible, but not likely.
It's possible, but not
likely. No, the man listen, he said two things. He said it's possible, which means people can get dementia at any time, depending on the circumstances. Maybe the person hit their head or something happened to them or something. Yeah, but in this situation, it's not likely.
Not likely. Because you know what, Rondamo, let's put it that way. The money that was given to that woman, let's just look. We refuse to work. Nothing is given to anybody on a silver platter. You can take an investigator. I'm not an investigator, but I can figure out where the money went. I can go right to that community, ask a few questions, understand the woman lifestyle before. You give me 3-4 days, I can give you a report on where the money is gone. So, but we don't want to investigate. The police not going to investigate. What the police will do is when you come in.
Police are crying their money leaves.
We don't want to do it. We don't want to do it.
Lila Susu to move to the next training issue.
Yeah.
Musa's quest. That is the next training issue. You're trying to climb the stairs to the Supreme Court, then they're blocking for now. We'll see how that is going to play out. But as you're aware, Mr. Dwalu, and we'll say that they read out the information for our people, the Justice in Chamber, Justice James Esther Owolo Colley, her honor, has issued a stay order, a writ of prohibition that was prayed for by the United Party by and through its chairman, Reverend Luther Tappet, and his Secretary General Amos Twett, against the Senate by and through its president. That's the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, the Senate pro tempore, and all senators, considering the nomination made by the president of current Justice Minister and Attorney General Frank Musa Dean, his appointment to the bench of the Supreme Court as an Associate Justice. So the United Party said, well, we'll run to the court. And they did run to the court. And like every other court within its legal jurisprudence, will issue, a stay order to listen to the merits and demerits, the benefit and the disadvantage of your petition. Why you brought it to the court must hear it. But certain things are in play here, Mr. Dwalu and Troko. It's either the United Party is playing the time game, knowing fully well that the 54th legislature is going on break next week, Tuesday. And if they go on break, The 55th is going to return on the 16th.
Correct.
And you're looking at few days to inauguration.
Yeah.
So also, how many days the Supreme Court is going to take to listen to the arguments?
Correct.
Before they render, an opinion. It's going to take some time as well. So is it that the Unity Party is playing the time game? Because constitutionally, President Weah is well within his constitutional powers. Expediency. Is it expedient? So it's between constitutionality and expediency, which is going to hold. And we're also looking at another thing that is playing here, Mr. Dwalu, and I'll turn over to Chokon. Who's going to listen to who? Outgoing President George Manuel Weah or incoming President Joseph Yuma Boyka? That is another key point. Because we all do know that backdoor communications have been opened already, backdoor channels and all of those things. And you're looking at who's got the greater power now. So that's just that. So Mr. Dwalu Chokon.
Yeah, let me say this.
Is going to ascend to the Supreme Court of Liberia.
The reason why we read laws, we want people to follow every single facet of the law in order to get justice. The way justice is formulated is you have to follow the rules exactly. And if you miss any step within the confines of that rule, somebody can hold you. Delay in legal matters are actually legal. So, for instance, justice, the retiring justice, for example, put in a letter for retirement according to himself. So if in that letter, certain guidelines that are set for retirement and are met, that can be challenged legally. So the Unity Party has been a very smart game. And it's a very brilliant game. In fact, I had a case in this country where, I had some tenants, almost the same thing. I had some tenants, right? So the lady on my first floor was late for 3 months. She didn't pay the rent. And I wanted to evict her. Now, in the state of Massachusetts, to evict a tenant, you have to go through several procedures. It's very hard to evict somebody out of their property. I went through the procedure. I did everything right, but I missed one step. And the step was the constable that delivers the eviction notice to the tenant. The constable was literally up the street. And I was actually going to the property. So the constables, I said, let me just deliver it. And the guy in the office did not know I could not deliver that. So when I delivered it to the girl, she held it. She took it from me. When we went before the judge, she said she didn't receive it. I'm not a constable. So the court doesn't care about what Diamond knows. The court cares only about what Diamond can prove. So the judge said everything here is right, but it was not delivered by the constable, because when the constable delivers it, because the constable is an agent of the court, there is a documentation to prove that was delivered. I know 100%. Yeah. So now there was a continuous issue for an additional 30 days because I didn't follow that one step. Now, it's shady, but it's legal. So what Unity Party is doing, they're playing the lines. The whole thing is to delay until the new legislature take over or the new Senate take over. And it's a very brilliant move. Now, the Supreme Court will not be able to adjudicate this case until after that point. So whatever rush they got to do to push it through, it's not going to hold. But Damo, you mentioned something. Honorable Boyka is coming in. If you are a justice in chamber or a justice on the Supreme Court, the way we have an imperial presidency, do you want to anger an outgoing president or you want to anger an incoming president? Take your pick.
The answer is within the question. The answer is within the question. You just said I will have an imperial presidency. In as much as we say we practice checks and balances here and separation of powers, leave that. We have an imperial president.
It is what it is.
Takes all of the spoils,
Yeah.
So whom are you going to listen to? Especially as you said, who do you want to anger?
Yeah.
The outgoing, who's got less than 19 days?
Yeah.
Or the incoming, who's got at least 6 years?
Yeah.
That's it. I think the Unity Party move was in the right direction to be able to buy time until, maybe the outgoing administration can just get closer to the time of going out. That's one. Secondly, in all fairness, I think President Weah has the constitutional mandate to do that, and that's why he did. But again, there are several positions within this government. In fact, some positions since President Weah took over, they are not being occupied.
Yep.
more than 6 months ago, Moses Owen, he was convicted and sent to jail for rape and all that stuff. But that position at the International Maritime Organization is still vacant. And several other key positions, revenue generating positions in the government. So someone will wonder why the president is in hurry to place people in key positions. You can't have a new government coming, you want to control the court, the legislature, and the revenue generating hub for the new government. Nobody will allow that. So it's a great move by the United Party, though.
Another thing, Dwalu, when you look at this, the makeup of the Senate, the soon to be, done with 54th legislature. When you look at the Senate alone, that has got the constitutional mandate to do these confirmation hearings. You have 13 senators that are outgoing.
Yep.
13. They clearly have nothing to lose.
Nope.
No, they clearly do have nothing to lose.
11 or 13? 11?
13.
13?
Three or so were retained.
13.
Okay, 12 outgoing.
12.
3 were retained.
Okay.
Chris Johnson, Sir Joseph,
And
Blebo Brown.
Glebo Brown, yes.
And the current Senate pro tempore too. So 11.
11, yeah, 11. Okay.
Yeah, 11. Four were re-elected, and 11 were let go of.
Yeah.
Those 11 senators have nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's true though, Dama.
To a large extent,
I know, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to lay my thought.
Yeah.
What negotiations can you bring to the table with those 11 outgoing senators? Are you going to promise them some sort of jobs or whatever it is? They will tell you they were right within their means to have voted the way they voted if it's to be left with them. So 11 of those senators are going out, and if you put that voting decision in their hands, it's a dangerous thing to do.
Damo, I agree with you. Before 2023, they would say they have nothing to lose. Now, the issue of pay for play now, the Americans are watching this very closely. The only enticement, most of them, or inducement they can get now from President Weah is cash basis, and that's extremely illegal now. So they're walking a very tightrope. Now, I know in Liberia, nobody cares about reputational damage. I get it, and I understand people don't care as if tomorrow people will forget. And my brother Lucenci Jackson said there is no such thing as an imperial presidency in a democracy. Of course, on paper, our democracy does not have an imperial presidency.
In practice.
It's a whole different thing, my brother. Every Liberian in this country knows if the president wants something in Liberia, doesn't matter, not just President Weah, any president for that matter, he gets it. It should not be that way. People don't realize this. The legislature is more powerful than the president. I know some people don't understand it. They're actually more powerful than the Supreme Court, the legislature. They're true representation of the people. But they are the least form of government because we take the least capable people in our society and we put them in the legislature. Yeah, I mean, you come for me. And we put them in the legislature and they don't want to produce. So they don't even know their function, how powerful this body is. If their body actually performs as one, the way the Constitution designs it, they are more powerful than the president. They can remove the president.
Sure.
If you have a check and balances there, they can remove Supreme Court justices. But we toy around with this, and this is our problem. But I get your point, my brother Jackson, and I understand where you're coming from, but Damon is right. It's an imperial presidency. Look, even you can be the mayor of Cleveland. If you're the mayor of Zweju, you're the president of Zweju. And I'm joking. I mean, the superintendent of Zweju, you're the president of Zweju.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's hard to talk, but that's just what it is.
Yeah. So I see the CEO, the former CEO is in the background. I do see.
Well, let me recognize some of my people before you come in, my man.
Yeah. While you recognize some people, just one quick update I want to give.
Yeah. So
the President-elect, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Yuman Boyka, on today held a successful meeting with Grand Jida Senator Zoe Emmanuel Peno. And in that meeting, the President-elect did make a commitment that even though Grand Jida didn't vote the UP, he's not a vengeful person, and Grand Jida, like any other county in Liberia, is not going to be left out of his agenda. It's for the entire country. He talked about the Ganta to Harper road corridor. That is key amongst things he wants to do. He also did talk about the recent rage of lawlessness in the county, and he told the senator that his losses will be replenished, not by government, but by God. and he gave me a copy of his book from Foya to Monrovia. And so that's just an update, that I
Yeah,
wanted
but
to
Dama,
give.
I want to say something about that though, and I love that Honorable Baka did say that, but that should go without saying. Look, the way Liberians vote is a sacred right that should not be questioned by anybody. Now, this is not a suggestion that Honorable Baka is questioning this, but our democracy has to function the way it functions. Liberians should get full allocation in the budget, irrespective of how they vote. And I really want to appreciate Honorable Baka for saying that, because we have to vote the way we feel. But Dr. Francine, welcome to the show. Let me recognize my people small, and I'll make sure I'll recognize a substantial amount of men as opposed to women this time around. You're laughing. Y'all believe that, Dr. Francine. I want to put that one there for. But at the end of the day, man, I see Siafa Bottomley. How are you doing, Mohammed Ability? Joyce Bala. How are you doing, Rose Harris? Sam Weedies here. Martin K. M. Pekin. How are you doing? I see City Grace Freeman. Abraham Amara Dunar. How are you? Ruth Mangru Peewee. Beatrice Washington. Here I see Godfrey Lamin Cowdy. James Jala, Victoria Howard.
Let me just go in 1 minute, please.
Hmm.
The most revered and feared name in Liberia now,
Uh-huh.
La Lopu.
Labu?
La Lopu. And one Lopu says you call after the show.
Jada Rescue. Hey, Jada Rescue. We got Nora Wule. Hey, my man, leave me. Come on. Linda T. Thompson, Columbus Token Davis, Victoria Mayala, Oretha Momo. How are you doing? We got Henry Yaton. We got Jay Carter. We got my girl Sharon L. Gapu Kip Hart. We got Dexter. I think it's Dexter Howard. Yeah, Dexter Howard. We got Moses Dolo. We got Nora Wule. We got Mara Arsenal M. Sickle Sr., Naomi Herman, Sarah said, yes. That's Stasi Scott. How you doing, Stasi? I love that name. I got Joshman Day, huh? I got David Akuawala. I got Wade Thompson. I got Jay Carter. I got Peter Glade. I think I said that Moses Dolo. And Sue Sully. We got Aaron Passaway. We got Vani Walsh. We got Eunice Yaman Ping. We got Emmanuel M.K. Jackson. We got Marie Johnson. We got Dolly C. Hillary. We got Marvin Newon. We got Kuampa Doe Say. We got Lapu Ziga. How you doing, Lapu? Been a minute, man. Call your friend and find it. We got Alfred Zobua. We got Ensu Soliv. We got Augustine Tazo. We got Baker Renzi. We got Arlington Cully. Jenna Ricks. We got Vamuya A. Sharif. We got Betty Conwa. George Garley. Vani G.W. Tukpa. We have Archie Weir. Henry W. Ted. Alexander Slowward Dix. Precious Guama. Everybody, man, welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Dr. Francine, before the guys come in, I was thinking about a topic today. Let's discuss it very briefly. And the topic today is, we're going to put Lapa by around Liberia. Did Lapa not drop? Will Liberia ever experience glory from her own children? Or will we always continue to nickeel Liberia with our actions? Now, I'm speaking in general terms. Let me define a little bit more. It seems every time Ansu gets an opportunity to serve the country or elevate the country, I tend to nickel her even more. Nobody to reset her hair tie again, right? So she can have her dignity. When will Liberia get some glory? Or will her children just always try to nickel her and run away? It seems everybody in government, whenever the person comes to government, their intention is to leave the country, not to live in the country, further nicking the country. When will we pull Lapa back around Liberia? That's the question. I was just pondering that question because for me, I believe Liberia is running scared naked in the streets and nobody caters to her. Nobody tends to her wounds anymore. Everybody just want to make sure they violently rip her as they so please, and yet nobody tends to her wound. Why does Liberia own children continue to nick her? That is the question, Dr. Francine.
It's a good question, Dwalu. And I think I will start with your first question. Who is disrobing Liberia? Who is taking the lapa off Liberia? I think Liberians are. Liberians. We the Liberians. And I'm taking us a little bit away from our leaders. I believe that we have become so complacent, Dwalu. Yesterday, I think at the end of the show, I talked a little bit about this Stockholm syndrome, where we are loving our captives and loving our abusers. But I don't think that, we should continue to stay there. There's ways that we can get out of that bondage. All right. And one of the ways is to increase our awareness. We have come so complacent that we are numb to what is happening to us in our society. Anything can happen to us. We either just close our eyes, walk back, fold our hands. And that's even to people in the diaspora. I've heard people say, I'm not going back to that country.
Yeah.
That country is not my country. When I left Liberia, we had light. But Liberia, 1,000 years back, or what am I going to go do there? My family here, my mom and pa die here, my children are born here. So those sentiments suggest to me that we and passion-loving Liberians need to put our boots up, strap it up, okay? And become very aware, be very sensitive about things that are happening in our country. And not only awareness or any action is close to being complacent. Like you're doing nothing about it. When you do something about it. Like I also ended last night, Maya Angelou says, you know better, you do better. Okay? So something you do, you call action, and we can do it in our communities. You call action, pull the alarm, set a personal goal for how you want Liberia to be. We all should have our own personal goals for how we want Liberia to be, and we should make those goals measurable and actionable.
Yeah, but Dr. Francine, you know better, you do better. Great quote. But let me say this: how can we know better when the Liberian family is being dissolved? Because I believe it takes a lot of years of upbringing to establish. Look, I don't want another man's value being impacted on my children. I want my value to be impacted on my children. But then again, we are removing to the point where there is no value in order for them to know better. Who's instilling that value when the Liberian family is being dissolved? Look, this question about who's disrobing Liberia, my people are saying, take out the lapa because our people understand it better.
Yes.
It's like what's happening is we are not, I remember as a boy when the market women were running behind cars or whatever they did, when somebody's lapa fell, all the women would carry around and they would put that lapa, the other bar on the around the woman. There was a cultural thing because they felt my Kalu's nakedness reflected my nakedness, right?
That's true.
But now that is gone. So, and another thing, I was speaking to a very prominent Liberian today. He called me and we had a very long conversation. And one thing he said to me was, most of Liberia, best and brightest mind that you're always talking about, they're afraid to come to government because this predatory accusation that easier to come and verify the man so quickly. Some people don't want the names to be smeared, so they run away. Now, as our minds run away, the most prepared minds, Liberia is further naked. How can we get these minds back to Liberia so she can be fully clothed? Did you follow my drift, Dr. Francis?
Yes, I am. It's not an easy task, Dwalu. It's not an easy task. But I believe that, like you said, the people that have left the country, the brain drain that have happened. So we are all at different stages of awareness. We who are, at least I want to put myself into that category, but I'm sure there's people that are more aware than I am. We need to be able to be actionable, go back and be actionable. What we do here every day, continue to sing that song about the beauty and the love for Liberia and make Liberia a better place. That has to continue, not only because there was election, it has to be continued for forever. Okay. And again, like I said, we all have to set a personal goal. And I think we can do that for the sake of our country.
Yeah.
And make that goal actionable as well.
Thank you, Doc. Stanton, Mr. Maxwell, you're going to jump in this field a little bit, Maxwell. I'm going to bring you in. We collectively have disrobed Liberia. We don't take out the lapa from our mind. and the actions of ourselves causing her to be further naked. No hater, all the hater chakla. In fact, some people take her a slipper. In fact, there is a long line of people who's willing to have their turn of raping her. How can we once again strategize to make sure Liberia is fully closed?
Well, first and foremost, that's a post-war delusion that we have in Liberia. Let me just say this. There are two categories of people right now that we are dealing with. I'm not talking about category of Liberians, category of people within the Liberian system. There are people that are corruption prone, and there are people that are anti-corruption prone. Over the past few decades, Liberia has been susceptible to corruption-prone individuals. They are smart, witty, clever, handsome, well-dressed. And these people do not have an association to the realities Liberians face. Instead, they have an association to the past realities of Liberia. I was listening to the show, Dr. Francis said, you hear people say, and I've heard it myself many, many times, I don't want to go back to Liberia. That country, there's too much problem in that place there. That in itself shows everybody else that we are talking to when we're in that perspective that we need some sense of disassociation, because we understand that that which we are trying to disassociate from is so bad that we don't want to be associated with it. It is so bad that we don't want our character, our name, or our personal citizenship to be associated with it. The worst part to that is the fact that when that is happening, we even go to the point of encouraging it to happen where it's now affecting the human capacity of Liberia, hence brain drain. Those Liberians that go outside of the country and get higher education. Stephen Johnson is one person. We could lose Stephen Johnson. International organization will want Stephen Johnson to work for them. Okay. Stephen Johnson is young in terms of human capacity. Liberia could lose him not simply because he wants to be lost, but because we have created a fertile ground for Stephen to have the rationality to say, why must I go back to Liberia when I'm giving myself to my country, but my country do not appreciate and want to accept me as an idealist, as a realist, as someone who practices politics and wants to see the best implementation there is, not just for the political class of the country, but for the everyday Liberians who live in Bokonjiri to have a better life. Prince, and that children have a better life.
Kindly adjust the microphone by putting your
Thank you. Thank you, Prince. Let me go to Stevie for a second. Stevie,
no, when you put it back, then we can hear you good.
I hope you are listening. Dr. Francis says something about some people will say, listen, I'm not living in Liberia. My kids don't live in Liberia anymore. I think it's the former South African president, Tomo Mbeki, said this. You are not African because you were born in Africa, right? You are African because Africa is born in you. So I'm going to put a little twist to that. You are not Liberian because you were born in Liberia or your heritage is Liberian. You are Liberian because Liberia is born in you. Tobogi, you will look for it. Fra okro. Nobody will ask you, you go find it. Pepe Kala, yes. You will give it. Can you separate yourself from Liberia as it relates to the topic of we leaving and literally nicking Liberia, especially the human capital that is leaving, Stephen?
No, I'm going to say good afternoon, guys. It's good to be back. And I was listening to Prince. He struck a very important point. And Dwalu, to your question, you can't because, for example, for me personally, right, I work with the U.S. Department of Commerce, and some of the immediate people that supervise me are presidential appointee by the Biden administration. I mean, if you look at that in the context of cost benefit, you argue that you shouldn't even be on the show to talk about Liberia because if you have the choice. But and this is where your quotation fits right in about us not just being Liberians because we are born as Liberians, but because Liberia is born in us, and that is particularly true. So you can't. There's this connect that we have with Liberia that cannot be explained in whatever way we can, and it is also evident by the fact that we come here every day to talk about Liberia. You know, we have better options. We could do different things with our spare time, but we are talking about Liberia without being paid, without being offered any fees for services. But we come here religiously every day to talk about Liberia. So it tells you the extent to which we are connected to our country, and that indeed we are not just Liberians because we are born there. We are Liberians because Liberia is born in us. And I do agree with you, Donna. Thanks.
Yeah, Dr. Francine, you want to speak on that?
Can I just finish up on one thing? I think the answer to your second question was about, you know, when you go to Liberia, people don't want to get involved because their name would get smeared. You know, they will get classified as corrupt. But what I want to say is that this is a very, very tough way of life, being concerned about Liberia. It's not easy. As Stephen said, we have to come here every day. You have to be involved. You know, it requires time. It requires tough skin. How many times, you know, people don't say things about us? It's easy to just buckle up and go hide in your corner, but you have to stand tall, okay? You have to stand tall to all of this. This is what's going to make Liberia a better place, because if all of us pay attention to the noise in the market and just buckle up and buck down and, you know, say, like Stephen said, you know, I got no reason to be here. I'm tenure for God's sake, you know? But at the end of the night, after the show, I'm up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, making up, you know, reading, grading and stuff like that. I don't have to do that. All right. And I will admit, I was one of those people who was saying, I would not go back to Liberia. Why do I have to go back to Liberia? You know, but it's funny. Thank goodness for my husband, who love for Liberia, you know, sort of spread to me and said, you know, but that one, we're retiring Liberia, or we're going to find another place to retire to. And that's how, you know, talking to me and taking me back Liberia, you know, kind of sparked my love for Liberia. But I'm just saying that we have to meet Liberia where she is. I think that in order for us to stay strong, you really have to meet Liberia where she is. You can't go back with the Liberia that we have in our mind, or what Liberia used to be. That is all memories that I have. Like where I used to live is a memory that it will never be the same. So we have to meet Liberia where she is in order for us to impact Liberia. That's what I wanted to add.
Let's just think about it, right? A comment say, "What, Maxwell? Why don't you talk about yourself?" They always say that you don't talk about yourself when you talk about other people. Other people speak about you. But let me just say something here. I've never said this before at any point.
You always talk about yourself. What do you mean that the people who told you that you don't talk about yourself? Who said that?
People said in 2016. Anyway, that's what in 2016. What put on?
You always talk about yourself though. Before you go to 2016.
Yeah. I'm talking to myself. Okay.
All right.
So in 2016, what people don't know is that I won the Best Young Diplomat Award in Belgium. We were 2 individuals that won the Best Young Diplomat Award. It's me and another girl from Malta. What people don't know, because of the way I represented Liberia, because of how I spoke of Liberia, because of how I represented Liberia among my international colleagues. And not only that, in Belgium here, there's a program called the YDB, the Young Diplomat, Diplomat of Belgium. That organization, I was one of the premier organizers to help the Belgian young diplomat community build that organization that exists today. I have the records to prove it. People, young Liberians in Liberia have a dream. And each and every one of us want to serve our country based on that dream that they have. And for me, as an individual, I had a dream of becoming a diplomat. And the first person I ever spoke to as it pertains to becoming a diplomat was Ernest Eastman. That's the first person I spoke to. Yes, I was lucky to have met him. And I met few other important diplomats in Liberia history where we were friends for a few years before they passed away. So imagine, and what people don't know about Prince Maxwell, I started as a cadet at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Department of Protocol. Guess who was my first supervisor? Charles Allen was my senior diplomat at the time. What I'm saying is,
we got show to do.
I understand. What I'm saying is this: there are young people who now want to come in the system to change Liberia, to put the LAPA back on Liberia.
And
we have
Prince,
to encourage them.
Ernest Isma was married to my aunt.
Really?
Yeah, my mom's sister was it.
Man. That man was an encyclopedia of historical knowledge.
He was a walking encyclopedia, and he hosted Nelson Mandela.
We need to honor that man in Liberia.
When Mandela then fled the apartheid regime in South Africa and was living in Liberia, Mandela had stayed at his house in Congo Town. Fortunately, I think a few years ago, that house got broke down. Fire.
Yes.
And there was a room. The room Mandela stayed in that house. Ernest did not. He kept it as a legacy. He just kept everything there as it was. So like a museum for.
The last conversation, he was to publish a book. I don't know what it was. It was published.
We come to you, Center. We come to you.
So that's it.
What Maxwell talking about is family history. And
I'm talking about it in relation to putting the LAPA back on Liberia. Right?
Relationship for
there are many young people that want to put the LAPA back on Liberia. For example, Dr. Richardson wants to put it. Stanton, you are putting this Spoon Network and what you've created is already putting the LAPA back on Liberia.
Man, don't sweet talk me bad. That the people created.
Please wait. Let me get it to Stanton. Let me get it to you now. I gotta pass the ball to you.
Yeah, but LAPA on Liberia, man. Where you taking LAPA from Liberia?
So my mother, Deputy Dean, I don't know if I said it the first time. Welcome to the show. Stanton, if you want to remove that LAPA, you got to pay. Put the LAPA back on Liberia. I'll give it to you.
The LAPA is on Liberia. I don't think the LAPA is not on Liberia. The LAPA is on Liberia. But what kind of LAPA is on Liberia? That's the thing. Is it a transparent LAPA?
See-through?
Hey, can you see through the LAPA? The LAPA is on Liberia, folks.
Tia LAPA?
Is it a... And that's exactly why we come. For me, that's why we come in way.
Crew people.
Listen, look at the crew one more time, LAPA, and look at a Pella one more time, LAPA. Look at a crew one more popoing her baby and put that LAPA on that baby on her back. And look at a Pella woman putting that baby on her back with the same LAPA. I mean, all depends which LAPA you're talking about. Is it KK LAPA? Is it Tietia LAPA? Is it lace? They get the one they call lace, the one you can see through. Is it African LAPA? Is it American LAPA?
Me, I know you come and say you are selling LAPA before.
Yeah, you are selling LAPA. Anywhere you put it. Is it a 2 for 5 LAPA?
The LAPA.
I mean, what kind
unless
of
want to go LAPA Bido.
Is it a
LAPA Bido today?
What kind of LAPA you talking about? Because Christmas come in 30 cents, buy your LAPA 30 cents. Is it that kind of LAPA? What kind of LAPA on Liberia? But we are grateful that Liberia still has a LAPA now. Who's gonna protect the LAPA? Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson. Who's gonna maintain the kind of LAPA that Liberia supposed to be? That should be on Liberia. A LAPA that a woman, an African woman, will wear and people will salute. And the international partner will celebrate. You can wear any Flakaje LAPA, or you can wear the real African LAPA. Would that LAPA be the CDC LAPA? You sure you want somebody wearing CDC LAPA today? On CDC LAPA, everything you see on it that Joe, how it did with corruption, with Samuel 12, with Samurai Wodokoli, and massive corruption. That a proper LAPA that is just worthless. You watch it one time and start tearing. I mean, let's talk Liberia. It's a good conversation, though. We want to welcome everybody. We got a lot of information, Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson, Prince Maxwell, our brother Dualu, and the rest of the folks that will be joining us to have a wonderful show, man. I'm taken back. Where are we? I know today we're having Serena Seaforth. He should come on the show and talk about this whole stuff. But where are we with Frank Musa Dane confirmation? Where are we? Well, I mean, who can stop this confirmation? Councillor Frank Musadin, the president nominated him. Is it a confirmation hearing tomorrow? Is it a appeal confirmation tomorrow? Well, what's the conversation about the Supreme Court? Is there any stay order? You look on social media, people say stay order, stay order. You can't find one document. Is there any stay order? Folks, don't let the people deceive you. The Bible said, be not deceived, God is not mocked. Whatsoever the man soweth, that's what he shall reap. Be not deceived, Liberia will remain. Don't let the people deceive you. Because I know something about this confirmation hearing. I put up a list of senators that are bonding within the heart that they will confirm Musadin. Vani Sharma put his letter out. Will he stay carry on? Will he ignore the Supreme Court? Is it constitutional for him to ignore the Supreme Court? I want to ask you guys, and thank God that Serena Cephas is coming to explain to us legally, as per the Constitution, the guidelines. It's going to be rough tonight. I also want to share with you on our conversation tonight is something about LRA that is coming up. Our brother John Madu hit on it a little bit yesterday, but man, LRA in some kind of mess. Seriously. That thing John Madu said was 28 million and it came down to 1.6 million. There's a truth to that. I want us to dig into it. What about Nokal? The president of Nokal, Safua May Gray, Councillor, or Antonina Law, whatever her credentials imply here, you understand that she's saying she's not going to meet anyone. She will give her turnover note. She will give that turnover note to George Manewia. Well, about Freeport, Dina Nimbo, she sent a letter and saying that she's sick. She's not going back to Liberia. You forget it. She's on medical leave. They're after the inauguration. Oh, but still, what are you looking at me for? You asking me how I get all these things. Still, don't worry how I get all these things. This is spoon talk. Dina Nemo sent a letter long time in December 2026, December 2023, on the 26th. She says she's not going back. She's here in America. She's on a medical leave. She has turned over power to her deputy managing director. You guys here playing. Liberians need to know this. All Joe, where people are running away. All of them. Mawani D says she will not talk to Abin Model. Safua Gray says she ain't talking to anybody. Dana Nebo from Freeport, she's here in America. She says she's not going back. She's on medical leave. She's not on medical leave. The church Dana Nebo attending. I know the church. They play Dana Nebo stay in the apartment. Prince, can you mute yourself a little bit? Your paper is interrupting. They play Dana Nebo stay in Texas. I know the place. I know the place. I mean, Decoy is living with a 2026 base name. What kind of picking is so? Who did he give me hard time? But they play Dana Nebo stay at. The apartment, her friend apartment she stay at. The church they can go. She went there for a watch tonight. And let me say this to you. This is Spoon. Don't ask us how we get information. Put your number up and tell everybody to say information. They will. You know. So we want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's have a wonderful show. This is our conversation for today. It's huge, powerful, and it's something concerning to our country. Invite your friends. Share the show. Share the show. Just go on your social media. Go on Facebook. And just share Spoon Talk. Just share it on Facebook. That's the best you can do. Invite other people. Invite other people for them to come and listen to the sweet conversation. I'm glad to have Stephen Johnson, Dr. Richardson, Prince Maxwell, Mr. Duado, Stanton Witherspoon, and the rest of the guys. They will be coming to join us that we can talk. But this is huge. Josita Winton Nouvelle, or Josita Nouvelle Winton from the National Rule Fund, she messed up. Ruth Coker Collins, we have all the document on her, as you know, she messed up. Dana Nebo ran away from the country. She's not going back. She says she's on medical leave. She messed up. You understand that these people, they are telling you they cannot work with your transition team The information from LRA is huge. It's huge. The government of Liberia is supposed to be collecting $3 million a year. Similar to John Baloo. But here's the interesting thing. Whenever I come on the show, that door backing, that big black door, who want door? Can they come for him? I will give him all free. That door get problem. But I will say to you, it is important for you to understand LRA trouble caused Liberia in a mess today. The document we have in our possession, I can share with you, I can say to you that Honor Thomas Dona, the people who paying 1.5%, but they were in some kind of shady agreement. And they told the people, say, instead of paying 1.5% of the total amount, which should be over $2 million or so, they told the people, say, give us only $300,000. I want you to keep that. I have all the document and I will share with the folks today. And that was approved by Samuel Twe, by Thomas Dona, and the president. That's how bad the people destroyed our country. B. Martin supposed to be bringing 1.5%, Stephen Johnson, of everything that would collect over $15-20 million, right? A year or more. But the Liberian government, Honor Thomas Dona, may his soul rest in peace, Samuel Twe, and George Manor, we are told the people, say, give us only $300,000. The rest will be Kato. You guys do your intro, and we'll go into the conversation. That's where we are today. Liberia is doomed. And thank God for Joseph Yuma Barker that have come with the fighting spirit. And I hope we all join him to fight. But let's have a wonderful show. I will start with Dr. Richardson. Your intro, we'll go to Stephen Johnson and Prince Maxwell.
I wanted to continue the conversation by just letting everybody know there's nowhere like home, no matter sometimes how you go up and develop societies. It's a feeling that you get, sometimes that no matter how they appreciate you, that you will not be appreciated as much as you would be if you were home. And I also wanted to say I'm looking forward to the show. I have a lot of interesting questions going through my mind. They're related to legality. One is, I know it was a request from Nangwe to George Weah to retire, but is there a legal procedure to that Mr. Weah had to respond to? The second is a writ of prohibition, which is to stop something, to desist, to cease doing something. Is that good enough, or did the court have to do something else to stop this nomination? Those are the questions that I have in my head, and I'm glad we have a lawyer actually who's coming on later who can also help tease these questions out for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanton. Very huge sets of topics that we have to talk about today, and so there's no better time to talk about it than now. I think in my intro, I would like to focus on the some of the many reasons why the most of these entities, ministry agencies, and corporations have failed to adequately collaborate, or so to speak, cooperate with the transition team, is because the extent to which most of these entities have damaged the financial backbone of the country is so grave that they think by kicking the can down the road will further give them some time to buy. When you look across most of these entities, and you, from a cursory look and speaking to people that are close with internal information, you'll be surprised that most of these people might end up behind bars. One of the things they did was in their mind, they thought that this election would have gone the way of George Weah, and so because of that, they were recklessly proceeding, no financial discipline, and so they just were involved in loose spending, using public coffers as sources for private appetite, for private enjoyment. And so because they were caught pens down. They are now in a state of shock. And so when you go to ask for financial document, they're afraid. They're very afraid. Because you don't even have to be an accountant or somebody who has a strong background in audit to know that they've messed up. They messed up. They simply did not do any fiduciary duty in terms of managing the commonwealth of our country. It was the government account became a looting spree. And Senator, let me tell you something interesting. On the on the 31st of every year, the GSC will close the government's book, the financial book for that year, meaning that they will look at the account of the government, run a line under it, and do a signature so that no other spending can happen outside of that line. Interestingly, they had to push that 31st December to close the accounts down. They push it to January because the books cannot balance. The books cannot balance. The books cannot balance. They're trying to microwave things because there were lots of dummy vouchers that they use in the system. They'll use it, put it there, collect money from the central bank. Now all those dummy vouchers cannot clear. The bank don't have money. And so they're stuck. They're stuck. I think instead, maybe in back 100 days that he talked about no car will stick in the mud, maybe he should start looking at expanding the prison. Because I think there will be more need for people to go to jail than there will be for people to ride the roads. Because if you look at some of these financial statements and the bank account information and the operations of these entities, many persons will end up in jail at the end of this year. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you, Prince. A wonderful conversation coming up, folks. Again,
Stephen.
please.
Stephen.
Yeah, sorry, I agree, Stephen. I'm backing you, Prince. Thank you for the correction. Sorry for that. We want to actually appreciate the program, folks. It's going to be a very, very interesting program. Serena Cephas will be joining us. We'll talk about the legal issue on the ground. We're going to talk about everything. Let's go to our brother Prince Maxwell for his intro. Prince.
Quickly, to the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, I'm very, very glad, whether there is a document or no document, the fact that in the public domain, there is a stay order narrative in the public domain is good for the country. I am of the opinion that we have three separate branches of government in the country. And for the very first time in a long time, I see the Supreme Court of Liberia putting their foot down. And that is good and healthy for our democracy. That is good and healthy for our democracy. I'm not a legal mind in that sense, but from a rational perspective, I can see where this is going. And I can see the legal arguments and jargons that will be flying here and there in the coming days and weeks as it leads to the Supreme Court standing up for itself and figuring out how to give Liberian people the best of legal opinion relative to this nomination. The second point I'll be talking about today will be on the Liberian National Revenue Authority. I'll be speaking on this appointment from a national security concern, that this appointment of Wolo Colley is disruptive in terms of national security. And I will try to do my best to justify that, why our senators and our representatives need to be very concerned of such appointment relative to our national security in the country. As it pertains to the political disgruntles that are running away from their responsibilities, I think we all can agree that we have had irresponsible government that have never adhered to responsible governance for a while. So those political disgruntles are used to bad governance and lack of accountability. Hence, sitting at the table and being accountable to their colleagues, their incoming colleagues, will be a tough sell. But we will have to figure it out because we will have to bring responsibility to our new democratic understanding and where we want to take that. My focus today will be mostly on the foreign affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because today they had their second transitional meeting and what was discussed in there. Because as always, I'm very interested in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the resulting outcome of that meeting. I know that Senator Balut was there today. He spoke vigorously about the position and the incoming position and how he's seen the Ministry of Foreign Affairs operates relative to and in relation to how Ambassador President-elect Boakai will want to move the foreign ministry going forward and his foreign policy. So I was very happy to hear that, and we'll continue to fight and going forward. On the issue of Jacinta, I've worked with her many times. I think that requires further investigation because she has a very good character. She's a very good lady. She's a smart, brilliant lady. And I would like more investigation because I don't think Jacinta would just do something like that to get her name involved in such an area. I hope I'm wrong about what I'm saying. I hope I'm correct about what I'm saying because over the years I got to know her. She was very firm when it comes to corruption. So I hope that she didn't change jersey after I departed. That's where I was going to stay. Thank you, Senator.
I don't understand you. You say you hope what? She say she's a good lady.
I hope she didn't change jersey to become corrupt. That's what I'm saying. But at the time I got to know her, Jacinta, I maintained a very good reputation and good character as an outstanding female Liberian.
You knew her when she,
in the public service.
You knew her when she.
Yes, when she served. No, she was now a sedition. I knew her when she served the PDU eloquently, distinguishedly.
Then you're going back to the woman.
No, what I'm saying is people's character stand for itself. If she changed now, there's a whole different story. But I will vouch for a character that I know right now that she's an outstanding Liberian.
I got to dig deeper between you and the Jacinta team. I really have to, Stephen Johnson. Yeah, don't get confused all here, brother. Yeah, man. Come on. You know what? Let me go back to the people. Yeah, what Maxwell just said when he closing. You know the woman get good character. The woman firing people by way of WhatsApp messages from wherever she is, whether Ivory Coast or America. She dismissing folks. She removing the badges and running under the canopy that somebody else doing the job for her. This woman is very arrogant, and you're saying that you know her, she get good character. Well, let's get to her story. I heard you didn't call the woman last night.
No. No. I'm just saying that I knew her and she had a very good character. She changed overnight, then I said, then justice has to be served to her. But when I knew her, she was outstanding, one of the best young female Liberians that I knew.
But forget what I think. Let's move on. Stephen Johnson, you're man trying to confuse me here. I put my show together, man, pressing just see that running away. You know that she's pregnant too, right? She's gonna have a baby, right? Or she already had a baby, right? And now your friend answer that.
I don't know her.
No,
I know she's.
She's
talking to me. I know she's married. I know she's been married. Whether she's had a kid now, if it is, then bless her heart. But as I say, I knew her many years ago, and she was an outstanding young female Liberian. If she changed jersey, then fine, justice has to be done.
We'll discuss her. Today we got a lot of information to discuss the issue. I want to say thank you folks for joining us. Please share the program again. This is the Spoon Talk, where we come with everything. And after the show, we go home, watch our Netflix story. We don't get mad though, because we never get mad. We're always glad. Talk about us, but come back and watch our show. We want to say thank you. As we wait for Serena Simmons-Seaforth to join us to discuss the issue. What's your take? Let me start with Stephen Johnson because he's part of the cluster, and we'll go to Dr. Richardson. Stephen Johnson, the issue of Musa Day, bring us up to speed. What do you know, please?
So, as far as we know, there are new developments in the last few hours. The first development is that the Chief Justice, Her Honor, Justice Sinoe Yu, wrote a letter in which she acknowledges that the Associate Justice Namwe has indicated that he wants to retire. She furthers that by saying that there is a precedent in the law where a justice, and speaking of that justice, Johnny Lewis, had retired, called for early retirement and retired under the law. So she has acknowledged the fact that there is a vacancy. But yes, what is
Let me hold you. She wrote a letter to who, including Johnny Lewis? Who she sent a letter to?
She wrote a letter explaining that Justice Nambwe asked for retirement, and that whether if his retirement has basis in the law, she said there is a precedent for that, and then she cited the case with the late former Chief Justice Johnny Lewis.
Wow.
Yes. Now, but what is interesting about that letter is that it postdates the letter from Weir. So when I mean postdates, I'm essentially saying that the letter from the Chief Justice came after President Weir had already nominated somebody to the position. So it's like putting the cat before the horse. And so whether that procedural error will nullify the appointment remains something to be seen, where the president had already written the legislature and saying there is a vacancy, I'm nominating somebody, and then the Chief Justice writes after that and say, indeed, there's a vacancy here, and you can now go ahead and nominate. So that's one. Now, the second thing also is that we know that the Unity Party, through its chairman and the Secretary General, including their leadership, have filed a writ of prohibition with the court. As far as we know, that writ was granted. And so the Supreme Court had asked for a conference between the leadership of the Senate and the Unity Party to explain, because in the writ, Unity Party is arguing that there is no vacancy on the bench, and as such, the nomination cannot go ahead. Now, but yes, what is interesting in that conversation, whether the decision by the court has the ability to prevent the legislature from carrying out its constitutional function is something I would want to hear from a legal scholar, because the legislature by law has a constitutional responsibility to conduct confirmation hearing. Whether the Unity Party is directly injured by the fact that if that confirmation should proceed, that the UP will be directly injured, will mean that the state order, if there is any, will suffice will stay in place. So that is where I would rather want to hear from a legal scholar. And the second thing also I would want to also understand is whether the court has the authority to stop another branch of government from carrying out its function. I don't know, and that is where within the confines of the law, we will need the legal opinion of people that have the expertise. So generally, that is where we are. And as far as we know, that conference is scheduled for Monday, which will be the 8th of January. Now, interestingly, also, the last day of the legislature in terms of the sitting for this extension is the 9th, which is next Tuesday. So so between now and next Tuesday, what will happen will be very interesting. And tomorrow had been the scheduled date for the appearance of Musa Ding at 10 a.m. Let's see how that plays out, whether he appears and whether the confirmation will proceed as scheduled, or whether that confirmation will be placed on hold pending the outcome of the conference at the judiciary, with the leadership of the Senate and the Unity Party. Now, these are interesting times, and there's no better time to be alive to really see the doctrine of the separation of power and checks and balances interplay. You want to pay attention to what is happening now between now and Tuesday. So it will be interesting for us to see what will happen between now and Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen Johnson. Again, folks, please follow us as always, that we can give you nothing but the best information in these stories. We are going to continue with the conversation Musa Dean, his nomination as Associate Justice to the Supreme Court. You are right, Stephen Johnson. Whether it's a separate branch of government and one cannot interfere with the other in line with the Constitution, we all should sit on the show and watch the drama. But we got some information that we're bringing your way. And after everyone, I'm going to flag this issue concerning who's the chair on this whole issue when it comes to the nomination. Is Vani Sherman.
So, let me just provide a quick update.
Okay.
So, on that committee, you have Vani Sherman as the chairman. You have Augustine Chie as the co-chair. You have Maurice Satuma, member. Nukwe, member. Darius
send me the list. Let's put it up. That's something we're driving at. Okay, I know we have it.
Let me get it for
just send me the list, because on that list is very. Anyway, send it. Then we'll make the case. Because so go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Help us with this Musa Dean nomination proceeding.
Yes, Stephen talked about the interplay between the branches of government, how it would be great for us to keep an ear open for that. But I wanted to just focus on the man Musa Dean. Who is Musa Dean? What has he done for Liberia? And I know many of you, I think my question should be, what have you done for me lately, in the sense of Janet Jackson? Because I also know that someone's past performance is the best predictor of their future performance. And that's why I always ask, what have you done? And to be transparent, like everybody else, I have used Musa Dean in Liberia as a lawyer before. So I just want, for everybody to know that. For the past 6 years of we are government, I have not really quite seen the Minister of Justice speak for the Liberian people as it is part of his duty as the Minister of Justice. I've seen us, Liberia, lose cases. The major one that we heard of recently was the drug case. And to me, that was a very valuable case in the country, considering that the level of drug usage in the country is just have skyrocketed. I didn't see him fight for Liberians. I didn't see him, to speak out or to get his media or press person to say anything about that case. How did he prepare for that case? I didn't see that. When it came to mob violence and violence against women, I know I read part of his portfolio. He he developed the gender plan, perhaps at the Ministry of Justice. But again, when and how, after even President Weah said he was the chief feminist, how did Musa Dean implement the plans of being a chief feminist for Liberia? How did he implement the law? Because that's probably what his, part of his job. When it came to the Western Cluster deal, I expected Musa Dean as the Justice Minister to be very careful and objective and legal-minded and in the interest of Liberian people. But we see that's just one example of a deal that was not in the interest of Liberian people, especially the people from Bomi County. So I really want to know, why should we support Musa Dean's nomination? Why? I really want someone to tell me why. And I think I stand, and when Serena Sifa comes here, although I know they have a personal beef, and my conversation is not about the personal beef, Serena Sifa asked the same question. Is it to cover the corrupt behavior of Weah? Because if Musa Dean is Justice Minister, when there's cases that come against Weah, such as the issue, or even to cover his bad dealing, would he side on the side of WIA, or would he side on the side of the Liberian people? Or there's a pressing case right now, for example, the case of the 53-point-something carat diamond. We are supposed, according to CFOS, and CFOS was explained that somehow Musa Dean knew that he was going to be appointed. And so he kind of just said, you know, by the time this case finalized and reaches up to the Supreme Court, I'll be on the bench. So that means it's a dead case. That's what's my take of what I heard Serena CFOS say. So I want Liberian people to know, you know, if someone can answer me and the answer can be substantiated, what has Musa Dean done for Liberia lately? What have you done for Liberia lately?
Brother Francine, I will try and answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely nothing that is worth of any worth to the population. But I want to go back to something Stephen said as to whether the Supreme Court has any jurisdiction in this matter. In our society, anytime a conflict arises between two people, the Supreme Court, the court is the only arm that adjudicates these cases. So there's a conflict here, whether Honorable President WIA is doing the right thing in terms of how he goes about the process. If there is a dispute in that process, it's only the court you can run to. The UP organization has done the right thing here. But I will answer Stanton's question as it relates to Mr. Dean. Look, Mr. Dean, well, how was it to Liberian people? Let us stop taking education to me be all and this is all. I don't care what university anybody goes to. If you go ahead and you are given a position to do a job and you are not doing that job, you can go to school in heaven. That shouldn't matter. Musa Dean went to a great law school, but let's translate that into Liberia. Did that law school, was it translated into the lives of the Liberian people when it comes to administering justice under President WIA? Let's answer that question. No, it did not. Let me answer it for you. It did not. Musa Dean understood one thing. They're trying to play on chess, but they don't know how chess goes. I don't care what kind of maneuvering that Musa Dean tries to do with President WIA. Say they put him on the Supreme Court, we can do this, we can do that. Look, if anybody is trying to stifle a possible success for Honorable Boakai, I don't think Honorable Boakai is just going to let that slide so easily. He's going to fight back. The process must be followed. There's a reason why the procedures are established. If you're going outside the confines of those procedures, the court will halt you and say, listen, go back and get it right. And if that means delays, so be it. So be it. You should have gotten it right the first time. Everybody know the intention of President WIA is not to get it right. It's to think he can protect himself. It's not going to work. Look, if we don't get this stuff right, the way we administer our governance in the country, anybody can do anything at any time and they feel this is okay. We can't run this country this way. It must be done right. Musa Dean will go back to the drawing board, he and President WIA, and I hope the court suspends it until after the 22nd, if you ask me. I don't just want the sitting of the legislature. It should be suspended until further notice, until Honorable Boakai comes in. That's how I see it. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Prince.
Yeah, for me, the issue of Musa Dean's appointment, I'm first and foremost, I'm grateful that the Supreme Court has said earlier on, has decided to put its foot down and to show that there is a separation of power in the country. Like Stephen said, and I do agree, the showdown is coming very soon. And I can say to the Louis Arthur School of Law students, they need to grab their popcorn, their pencil, and a pen, because there should be a thesis that should come out of this so as to understand the precedence of law in Liberia going forward. But for me, this is my personal opinion. I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a legal mind. I've never claimed to be a legal mind. But let me just cast it out there. We now have a fight between rationality and emotionality in the country as it pertains to our law. The appointment, I believe, of Musa Dean was it came from an emotional perspective from the executive branch of government. If you look at the definition between emotionality and rationality, you understand what I'm talking about. The Supreme Court is the highest rational institution in the entire republic. And here we are watching as Liberians, the president of the Republic of Liberia trying to inject emotionality into the Supreme Court. We understand why. There is a reason why this appointment is so emotional for President Weah. And for someone like Musa Day, who is cut from the cloth of rational thinking, to accept that appointment, to me, it has done his character a disservice. Because he would understand that within the Supreme Court, the only thing that counts at the end of the day that matters is the interpretation of the law. It's the rational interpretation of the law. And the fact that he accepted that shows to me that he's completely lost his legal bearings. And this is the reason why the Supreme Court moving in that direction, for me, is appropriate. And I cannot wait to have my popcorn ready to see what is going to unfold going forward.
So real quick, do you think the Supreme Court will stop Vanish Sherman tomorrow?
There are separate branches of government in the Republic of Liberia. The judiciary, the executive, and the legislative branch of government. The legislative branch of government is going to do what the legislative branch of government is supposed to do. But this is the key there, is that the legislative branch of government is the moral conscience of Liberian people. Or at least they represent the moral consciousness of Liberian people. It is their bound duty to look in that direction. And if they cast out that perspective, then who are they? What is their core foundation? They need to bring their moral thinking to bear as it pertains to this nomination. And I can tell you, and I hope, that all of the senators involved will be thinking in that perspective.
Still, I have a question.
But can we ask a question and we come to you can ask? Or you want
I want somebody to answer it because I don't know the answer to it.
I want Steven to answer mine. Then maybe when we get to you can ask your question. I beg you. But Steven, do you think the Supreme Court can stop this thing they're hearing the law? You think Vanish Sherman gonna run with it? And folks, again, let me say this: it's important to note. Members of the Judicial Committee, thank you, Stephen. Vanish Sherman, Chair. Augustine, Chair. Co-Chair. Emmanuel Nukwe, members. Darius Dillon, member. Councilor Joseph Jalap, member. Steve Zago, member. Marissa Tuma. Now, it's important. Let's look at the party affiliation for these guys. Vanish Sherman, he wasn't re-elected. They kicked him out from Grand Cape Man.
Okay.
Vanish Sherman been online with CDC from his childbirth, say he might born him in politics. Vanish Sherman, we all can agree that he pulling this thing because he won't give George Weah what he want to give George Weah and his relationship with Councillor Frank Musadin. We understand. He's the chair. He wrote the letter. He called him for the confirmation here in the morning. Augustine Chair, I will go to my brother Stephen Johnson. Can you tell us what you know about Augustine Chair and his party affiliation, Stephen?
I don't know much about him, but I will assume he's a strong supporter of the regime, because his voting pattern in the legislature has been one that favors the CDC in most instances. Now, however, he wrote a communication, the other day, in which he asked the president to withdraw the nomination of Musadin. Now, whether that opinion by him will mean that is his official position, that wouldn't change. It remains something to be seen. And as we all know, the legislature has been one of the biggest places where decisions are changed, especially so in terms of vote. We've seen it times about number where people take public position on issue and then vote the next day on something else. So that is.
I know you're coming. He's not. He's up 2029 to run.
Yes,
for re-election, right?
Yes.
So this man, he wasn't kicked out. He wasn't.
No.
He stayed in the. It's not unlike Vanish Sherman, who they got rid of in Grand Cape Man. Augustine Chair still got his position. Emmanuel Nukwe was just placed on sanction. They kick his family from America. They are in Ghana. The Emmanuel Nukwe story, you know, from Mike Gibby. Emmanuel Nukwe, Ford McGill, whatever the case may be, Emmanuel Nukwe is up for re-election 2029. Emmanuel Nukwe stand with George Manawea in CDC no matter what. A good friend of Abachi. Darius DeLone. Darius DeLone, a strong advocate for the people. They call him the light. From Liberty Party, Alliance with Unity Party. Darius DeLone, you can count on him. What are he going to break or make? That's the question. Councilor Joseph Jada, pure sedition, we all know from Lofa County. Okay. Councilor Joseph Jala would definitely support, the Musa Dane. The question remains with Steve Zago. Steve Zago is getting out. Steve Zago is gone. He just here for the next 2 weeks and he called it a day, maybe on the next week or so. But there you go, Steve Zago. Understand very well that he's from Liberty Party. Jose Yimabwaka supported him very strongly. Yomli Kanga Lawrence, Darrell DeLong, they all supported him. But on the record, Steve Zago been supporting George Manawea to pass all of his bills. Maurice Tuma is done. He's done. Bombing County, 1 shot, 1 goal. Alex Tyler took it from him. All right. Maurice Tuma is still looking for, he acting like Vanisham, they're still looking on the cell phone to see what they have done for the county. But Maurice Tuma would definitely support Musa Dane. Now, what's your concern, Steven? Let me come to you. Do you think Vanishama will forget about his sanction issue? Vanishama will forget everything and now bring this on the floor tomorrow for a year for possible ignoring the Supreme Court?
There are a couple of things to unpack here, Stanton. And first thing is Vanishama and Musa Dane, they have a very strong relationship. In fact, there were calls for Vanishama to recuse himself from the confirmation hearing on grounds that Musa Ding is the lawyer of Vanishama. So people are beginning to see that maybe this is a possible case of conflict of interest where the lawyer of a senator is now being placed before a committee he chairs and asked to confirm him. So a lot of people have been asking that Vanishama recuses himself from this. The second thing also is there's the political side to this, and the political side is, as senators, especially those that are outgoing, whether they want to be in good political graces with the incoming government remains something that could possibly impact the decision. If you're out of the Senate, if in effect you're out of job for possibly who knows whenever, whether you want to extend by being out of favor with the new administration could be something that could also influence their decision. We've seen a time without number where those who left the Senate found their way into the executive, and we've seen that. So what I think will happen, Stanton, in my political prediction is tomorrow, what I think will happen is the hearing will start, but I think it will be called off on grounds that there is a prohibition from the court and that they will want to hear what the court has to say, even if they disagree, but they will want to hear what the court has to say before they can proceed. Should that happen, it will be good for us who don't want to see Musa, because what it does do is that it sends the hearing to a later date, which could possibly be outside of the legal extension given to them by the president. That could be a good way to buy time for the Unity Party. So that is what I think could possibly happen tomorrow, that the initial stages of the hearing could start, but that could be deferred to next week pending the outcome of the decision from the court. Because the reason I say this is I'm yet to see the official stay order from the court in which it is preventing the legislature from carrying out its constitutional function. I've yet to see that. I've been told, based on internal intelligence, that stay order could be issued as early as tomorrow morning to the parties involved. I don't know the detail, but I think that what will possibly happen.
Dr. Richardson, before we go to Brother Eduardo.
Yeah, my concern was about the conflict of interest that Stevie addressed. I think that Sherman should recluse himself from this case because he's not only the lawyer. Moussa is not only the lawyer to Sherman, but Moussa worked in Sherman in I think the late 90s, 97, around that time. And so for me, there's a huge argument that relates to the conflict of interest of things. And if you want to also throw in his role at Lukau and the big boy 1 and big boy 2 situation. So that's what I wanted to add, which I think, Stephen, you addressed that, the conflict of interest situation.
Yeah, Stevie, I don't think the Supreme Court will say the legislature cannot do their job. They will just say the rule of order or the order of rule was not followed, and we're going to send it back until you follow the order of rule. I mean, it's still saying the same thing in another way.
The reason, you know, the Chief Justice wrote, I just shared a letter with Stanton, the Chief Justice wrote a letter in which, okay, that's the letter from the Chief Justice.
Okay. So let me say.
Duadu, I beg. Duadu, sorry to interrupt you, Duadu.
Yeah,
and again, folks, we are expecting to. I believe that he's on his way. Councillor Seaforth, as announced, he should be on the show to speak on this issue. But Duadu, read this letter. I don't know what I'm putting in the chat.
I can see it clearly. This one, so it's not bad. Let me read it. They said His Excellency Dr. George Malenwea. They're missing 2 doctors there. I just want to be sure. President, Republic of Liberia, Executive Mansion, Capitol Hill, Monrovia. Dear Mr. President, I present my compliments and herewith inform you that I am in receipt of the letter dated December 21st, 2023, under the signature of His Honor Joseph N. Nangwe, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, in which he has requested for an early retirement from the Supreme Court. Mr. Justice Nangwe explained that the reason for his request is based on the fact that he has remained without the bailiwick of the Republic of Liberia for an extended period of time, that is 8 months, seeking medical attention for ill health, and that it is evident that his recovery process will continue for a long period of time, thus inhibiting his work on the court. Indeed, Mr. President, Mr. Justice Nangwe's long absence from the court hindered the court in the disposition of many cases due to the lack of quorum. I can see that word over there. Okay, justice mandatorily had to recuse themselves from the hearing and determination of cases in which they participated while serving as circuit judges. So that's it.
Okay. So yeah, I don't, because you have, it's right there.
Yeah.
Why still with you, Mr. Duadu, with this letter coming out? It came out on the 27th. Let's just go back to the date.
Yeah.
It's concerning, though.
Yeah, it is concerning.
Don't you think she have already made some conclusions?
Well, there are other implications that I'm picking up, and those implications are, I'm seeking clarity. That's the first thing I'm getting from the letter, even though I didn't see the bottom, but she's trying to seek some clarity.
So the people, the second part there.
Yeah, okay, the second part. So let me go all the way down. Thank you so much, Stanton. Mr. Justice Nangwe request for retirement, blah, blah, blah. I was all the way down here. Moreover, Article 68 of the Constitution, 1986, provides that the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court shall, with the consent of the Senate, be appointed and commissioned by the President. In view of the above, and in order to maintain the constitution of the full membership of the bench in accordance with the Constitution, I advise that a request of Justice Nangwe be granted and Article 68 of the Constitution be invoked. Please accept, Mr. President, the assurances of my highest esteem. Kind regards, sincerely. Stanton?
Paulo, I want you to read the first paragraph of the.
Duadu, I beg you. Duadu, I beg you. I beg you one more. Let me read it. Duadu.
Yeah, you start from that's a different page.
Yeah, read from Mr. Justice Nangwe again.
Okay. So Mr. Justice Nangwe's request for retirement for reasons of ill health is within the pale of the law, which grants an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court the right to honorarily retire to private life. This finds precedent in the case of the late Chief Justice Johnny N. Lewis, who, for reason of poor health, was retired before the age of 70. The retirement of Justice Namwe automatically creates a vacancy on the Supreme Court. And Judicial Canon 2 provides that in the event of any seat of honor on the Supreme Court becoming vacant, same shall remain vacant until the vacancy is filled by appointment and such appointee is commissioned and ceremoniously seated. So basically,
so my thing is that, brother, I know you're still on the floor speaking. In view of the above, and in order to maintain the constitution of the full membership of the bench in accordance with the Constitution, I advise, which is very important for Liberians to hear now. Supreme Court of Liberia Chief Justice, CNN GO, now she is saying this. I advise that the request of Justice Nangwe be granted and Article 68 of the Constitution be invoked. What's the argument?
The argument.
No. Let me end with this, and it's good that we're going to come in now. What's Unity Party argument in front of the Supreme Court before the Supreme Court today? What's their argument? Is the retirement?
It's not granted.
Yeah. So talk to me, Eduardo.
So the retirement is not granted, but I don't want to forget this point. This is important. Remember, the president appoints, the Senate confirms. The president has to sign that before he sits on the bench. Yes, my thing. When the Senate confirms, does it automatically, the president is automatically confirmed, right? The president has nothing to do with it again, correct? I just want to be sure. Okay. Then I'm getting that wrong. But the point here is the retirement is not granted. Henceforth, with he's not retired, not off the bench. So call it procedural error, call it not going by the letter of the law. So in that instance, there has to be a stay order or some form of continuance granted by the court to determine whether Justice Nangwe is retired. Until that is determined, there is no appointment.
No. Duadu, don't play this thing nice.
Okay.
You know who are watching us right now? You know who are talking right now? Who's sending us messages as very serious? The woman, to her honor, and I'm my own man, so I would say her honor justice, because I don't want to be here in contempt. Away in America, they can hold me in contempt.
True.
So let me scale back a little bit. Let me catch myself.
Yeah.
Because that woman not easy. If you tell a lie that woman is a tough woman, go ask Edwin Snow. That woman not easy woman.
Yeah.
But I want to say this to you all, and we should listen and listen well. The woman has taken a position. She made an opinion, so she has to recuse herself from the hearing of
justice.
The petition.
Justice, not a woman, justice.
Hey, okay, my man. Thank you, man. Bye. Hey, but you trying to get me in more trouble. I'm trying to play this. Siri, can you quiet this guy? I'm just saying that by my own man, then he said other woman. But again, though, Liberian believe that the Chief Justice have taken a side. She has clearly stated an opinion in this matter. That grant the man is okay. She went back to invoke, to cite another issues, another case that was before them. So, are you done talking, Dualu? Let me bring in
one last sentence before you go.
Please do.
I want the audience to know that Musa Dane was the campaign chairman for Senator Vonnie Sherman when he ran for the president. So they are close, Lachete and what you want to call. I'll give it to you.
So can I add that Article 68 has a part that says the president can appoint anyone provided that person is a citizen of Liberia and in good moral character. Is Musa Deen in good moral character?
Well, that's discretionary.
And who's going to decide if
the president decides, I guess.
Yeah, but Dr. Richardson, though, can we go back? I know we are not legal-minded folks on the show, but I think let's just help our audience because we're waiting for Serena Seaforth. I don't know what we're here. I spoke to Serena Seaforth up to 4 o'clock this morning. I was so tired, I begged him to leave me. Seriously, they might come in for 4 hours. We were talking last night, but I think he's coming. Stephen Johnson, before we go back now to Brother Prince, right? Her Honor, the Chief Justice, she have taken a position. Am I wrong to say that?
It's not necessarily a position. She's providing clarity and knowledge in keeping with the law. and Stanton, here's what I want you to pay attention to. And you talk about it, but you briefly, the date. That letter was written when? December 27, right?
Mm-hmm.
When was Musa Dean nominated before the legislature?
Before the letter.
It was December, I think, 21st.
So hold on, I will pull it up. I don't want to say, I want the folks to follow us for this show. We are doing extremely well. They are celebrating every one of you guys. Let's put Musa Dean confirmation letter up. There you have it.
No, the letter we wrote the Senate.
Oh, the letter that we wrote the Senate. All right.
Talking about the following appointment.
All right. So be speaking while I find it over here, please.
So yeah, so that letter date is before the vacancy is announced.
Yes.
So whether that decision by the president to nominate somebody when a vacancy was not announced, for the time we are appointed Musa Dean, there was no vacancy announced. The court had not ruled that there was or had not gave any opinion that there was a vacancy. So we had nominated somebody when Justice Namwe technically was still an associate justice. So whether now the letter from the Chief Justice that postdates that nomination will mean that procedural error will constitute a violation of the law will mean something that we want to see, because anything in law, as they say, for some of us, all of us here are reasonable people. We're not lawyers, but we're reasonable people. Anything that is not legally done is not done at all. There's a maxim in law that says anything that is not legally done is not done at all.
Allow me to interrupt you, because we have one of the senators that is on this list, in person of Senator Ibrahim Darius Leone. He loves to contribute, and I really appreciate his contribution this time. Again, folks, we are waiting for Serena Simmons, former Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia. If he's not scared, he will appear. I will give him a hard time until he appears. But now we're standing today. We are glad that A.B. Dillon, Senator of Mosserado County, is joining us. Senator Dillon, welcome to Spoon Talk. Senator Dillon?
Yes, sir.
Welcome to Spoon Talk. You live.
Thank you, Stanton. Let me say Happy New Year to all the panelists. Happy New Year to listeners on Spoon FM in the diaspora. And back home in Liberia, hearing my voice for the first time since the year. Happy New Year to everybody.
Thank you, Dillon. On the issue at hand, and I believe you've been watching us, man. There's a sticky communication going on, number one. But because you are on that committee, what's going on tomorrow concerning Musa Dean, sir?
So, as a senator and a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I will be very measured on my statement of whatever comment I will make tonight. I just thought to help the public and all of us to put this thing in proper perspective. First thing, the Supreme Court in Liberia and anywhere where democracy is practiced, honor good governance, there's separation of power. The Supreme Court cannot prohibit another branch of government from exercising its function granted under the Constitution. For simple instance, one of the constitutional functions of the legislature is to make law. While the legislature is making a law or in the process of making a law or enacting a law, nobody can go to the court and tell the court, say, the law that people making, a law that will be bad law. So prohibit them from making that law. The Supreme Court will not do that. When the law is made or is enacted, anybody who is injured by that enactment can go to the court to seek redress or interpretation of that law. So the Supreme Court will not issue a prohibition or stay order on the constitutional function of the legislature. In this particular instance, it is difficult for the Supreme Court to prohibit or put a stay order on a confirmation proceeding at the Senate because the Senate has constitutional function. It is the office of the Senate to hold confirmation hearing when there is a nomination. And that is why you will not see anybody post anything about a stay order issued by the court. In the spirit of coordination between the branches of government, in the spirit of mutual respect, when a court calls you, you go to the court. And then you can make your case and say, you don't have the authority to do this. And then the court will decide or agree, I believe, that, oh yeah, the petitioner will file here. Your argument is right that we don't have authority to legally stop you from proceeding with the confirmation hearing. So the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee will meet tomorrow to make that determination. And I can stop thus far.
So, Senator Delon, I mean, please accept our question. It's like we're looking to go hunt for a scorer. Then we saw the big red deer running in front of us. So give us time now to ask you a question too. My issue here is that looking at the communication from Chief Justice Sinoe, can you help us understand whether she have taken a position, because you work within the justice system of our country, so you got more experience.
So lawyers will tell you, and people who are objective, when you, in order to go to court, you must have standing. Standing under the law means you go to the court because you will be a party injured by an action if the action is taken and you believe that the action is illegal, and if the illegal act is allowed to proceed, you will be injured by it. So if anybody goes before the court and say, no vacancy on a bench here, so you stop the Senate from holding a confirmation hearing to fill a vacancy. The only person who has the standing to feel injured or be injured by such action is Justice Namwe. Justice Namwe is not crying. He's the only person who should be injured or feel injured if a vacancy on that bench is filled. Whether he resign, whether he asks for early retirement, the fact that he has acknowledged and has requesting for early retirement, and it was granted, the argument for whether he was qualified for early retirement would be an argument that one will make. But the fact that he asked for early retirement and it has been granted, technically there's a vacancy on that bench.
Wow.
Technically, he asked for early retirement. The Chief Justice have made the case and has acknowledged it and forwarded same to the President, and the President has done the nomination. Is the President wrong legally for making that nomination? No. When we senators decide what to do with that nomination, that thing is left squarely with the Senate.
So allow me that when I can say, oh, please, I beg you. I want Liberian to understand this, because when we're saying that people are beating on us, you just open the eyes of a lot of folks out there because you are speaking as Senator DeLong. Now, why are you guys going to the Supreme Court then? Doing very well, the position has been taken by the Chief Justice. Doing very well, Joseph Nangwe is not injured. He willing to comply and say, I'm asking for early retirement. We understand that the president said, well, thank you. I'm going to grant you early retirement. The justice is invoking the new status, the law, everything that came into place. She will take a position because lawyers say, Stanton, that's an opinion she have made. So therefore, don't you think it's useless to go in front, not to disrespect the court, the law. So I will not use useless, but don't you think that we all can understand that this thing will be granted to
the Senate Judiciary Committee, of which I am a member, we meet tomorrow and we decide how to proceed in the spirit of coordination. When a court calls you or summons you, look, without being a lawyer, I know the practice to an extent. Before a court must first ask itself if it has authority over a matter that comes before it issues an instruction or order.
Correct.
Because that is why they qualify whether a court has jurisdiction or an administrative body has jurisdiction over a matter. That is why they say a court of competent jurisdiction. Competent jurisdiction means the matter that is being complained of, the place you carry it, that body has the authority to hear and make a determination. So, for instance, if somebody stole from you, you can't take them to the death court because the death court is a civil matter that does not have jurisdiction over criminal issue. So you can't take a case wherein somebody stole that borders on criminality. You can't take it to the civil law court or to the death court. If somebody owes you, you can't take that person to the criminal court because the criminal court does not have competent jurisdiction over death-related issues. So yes, the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, received a petition, read the petition, and has asked the Liberian Senate to appear before it on the 9th of January, which will be next Tuesday. On the 8th of January, which will be next Monday, we are supposed to file our answer to the petition as an institution. I'm saying this thing so that people can understand and leave emotions and sentiment out of this thing, and let's go strictly by the intellectual stuff, and not just the intellectual stuff, the factual issues that are on the ground.
Senator Leone, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dwalo.
Okay, excellent. I got a couple of questions here for you before I go over. My first question relates to the issue of injury. Now, you said Justice Nangbe is the only party that can be considered injured here in this case. I understand your argument, and I understand the issue of injury as it relates to two private citizens. Now, if somebody is working in government, can that injury or whatever is happening to that person be extended to the public since he represents the public? Let me explain it this way. Now, I don't want to believe that I'm not a legal scholar. I don't want to agree. Let me rephrase that. I don't want to agree that Justice Nangbe is the only person that will be injured in this case if he's removed, because I believe it affects the entire country. Is that a good argument to make, but is that a legal argument? Do you understand the question?
I understand the question.
Okay.
To replace Justice Nangwe or anybody on our bench who has not retired legally, who has not resigned legally, who has not been impeached, even the Senate will not entertain the nomination because we would not have had any grounds to proceed knowing that there is no vacancy. But a vacancy has been created by the justice in communication asking for early retirement and the acceptance of his request to early retire, thereby creating a vacancy. If his request for early retirement came along with other considerations that have not been considered, it is the justice who is supposed to be making the argument because he will be the injured party here.
Okay. My last question, Senator Leone. When the Senate, the president appoints Mr. Z, Mr. Z gets confirmed by the Senate. Does the president again have to commission that person? Or the president just automatically take the post?
Come again?
Okay. The Senate appoints Mr. Stanton Weatherspoon to the Supreme Court. The president appoints Stanton Weatherspoon to the Supreme Court. Stanton goes before the Liberian Senate. The Senate confirms Stanton Weatherspoon to the Supreme Court. Does he have to be again commissioned by the president?
The president nominates, and with the consent, meaning confirmation by the Senate, the president will appoint and then commission that person, whoever the person is, once it is provided for under the Constitution.
So just a little twist here. So for example, you guys confirm Musa Day, and we go to day number 23. Honorable Bwaka is confirmed as president, well, inaugurated as president. Can he refuse that commission?
When a person is appointed or nominated, confirmed, and appointed, and that person has a tenured job provided by the Constitution, only the means provided by the Constitution can be used to remove that person.
Yeah, but he's not being removed, Senator. Just follow the trend of the question. Musa Day is appointed by President Weah. President Weah, the confirmation goes to the Senate. The Senate confirms him. He has to get commissioned by the president. There are delays in this stuff. For some reason, it goes to the 23rd. Honorable Bwaka is inaugurated as president of the Republic of Liberia. He has to commission that justice. Can Honorable Bwaka refuse to commission him?
So once the appointment is done and only the commission left, if the commission is a ceremony, the commissioning aspect is a ceremony. The nomination, confirmation, and appointments are the key aspects.
Okay. Thank you.
So let's go to
It's just like you won an election. It's just like you won an election, and the election commission certificated you are a president or lawmaker elect, and you have your certificate. The Senate cannot refuse to induct you. That induction aspect is a ceremony.
Yeah, Senator Dillon, my question to you is, you said that the Supreme Court cannot stop the Senate from doing its job, and I agree with that. And the example that you used was, if you guys are making a law, you can't stop your lawmaking power until the law is made and it injures someone. That's kind of what I got of this. So I'm wondering, when Dean is confirmed, what redress can the Liberian people use for him to be removed?
I said, but the Constitution is clear as to how to remove somebody at that level. It's either by impeachment or something. Okay. I want to make it clear that my statement here tonight is in no way a yes or no to the confirmation of Musa Ding. We just want to help the public so that it cannot be misled or confused as to what anything legally has gone wrong.
Yes, I get that.
The Senate Judicial Committee will meet and make a determination on this matter, taking into consideration coordination between the branches of government. When it comes to the confirmation itself, I'm listening to the people. I will review the nominee, and we will determine whether he's fit to go on that bench. That one, you can be rest assured about it. The same applies to Samora Wolokoli. I understand Samora Wolokoli's confirmation hearing is put at 2 p.m. tomorrow at the Senate, and it will be open to the public. The Senate Judiciary Committee will meet tomorrow early to determine how to proceed in the face of the court's intervention. We wanted to make it clear that the court has not prohibited the Senate from exercising its constitutional function. The court is saying some party brought a petition here, you come here also and so date, so you can argue it, so we can make a determination on the merits of the complaint or petition that they brought here. In a petition, part of it is the petitioners believe there is no vacancy on our bench, technically, legally. Those are the issues we will go argue as a Senate.
Prince,
Yeah,
Prince,
yeah.
go ahead before we get to Stephen.
Honorable DeLong, how do you do, sir? And Happy New Year to you.
Yes, sir, Prince. Happy New Year, my brother.
Thank you, sir. On the issue of vacancy, because it was stated in the letter of the Honorable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia. And for me, you're absolutely right in terms of the precedence and constitutionality of the powers of both branches of government. I do agree with you on that. But for me, I'm coming from the perspective of procedural discipline. President Weah's letter to the Senate was dated December 26, 2023. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia letter to the President was dated the 27th, December 27th, 2023. It seemed to say to me, as not a legal scholar, I'm just looking as an outsider, that the President announced a vacancy of the Supreme Court without a clear indication of the Chief Justice in letter to the President of the vacancy that was available. Do you think there was a procedural error here, or there wasn't?
Well, the conflicts in the various depths announcing this confirmation, this vacancy is also concerning. And those are some of the things that we'll look at to inform ourselves.
Thank you, Delon. Stephen, please.
Yeah, good day, Senator. My question is, we know that we have three separate branches of government, separate but coordinating branches, and at the same time, we also do know that in terms of checks and balances, each of these branch can offer same to the other. Assuming there is a stay order, let's assume that there is a stay order. Would that prevent tomorrow's initial confirmation from happening?
So we are of the opinion that the Supreme Court cannot put a stay order on a constitutional function of the Senate. But if the Supreme Court proceeds to do that, as a responsible institution, the Senate will be advised to put a halt to the proceeding at the Senate and appear before the court and argue that the court has no jurisdiction over this issue and has no authority to do so. It is only fair to respect the court. You can go to the very court and say you don't have the authority. When Musa Belete filed some frivolous civil suit against me and did an attachment where I had to file a bond of 1.some million, I argued before the court 2 counts. One, the law says as a sitting lawmaker, you don't file a writ of attachment in a civil suit on a lawmaker during session. You should know the law code. Don't do that. And 2, where in the world have you seen or slander or general damage with attachment? Where have you seen it? Remove the attachment. We are not saying you can sue a lawmaker civilly, but to do attachment on general damages, it is wrong against the law. Remove the attachment. And the civil law could remove the attachment. I will stay home and say, I'm not going to the court because the court is wrong. That would be a wrong way to proceed. It would be an irresponsible way to proceed. I appear before the court and challenge the authority of the court to issue a writ in a civil matter with attachment on a certain lawmaker because it violates the law. So if the court issues a stay order in addition to the summons and the notice of assignment that it has issued already, the institution will be advised for us to halt the proceedings and appear before the court. And then before the court, argue that the court did not have the authority to do so. And I believe that the court will reason.
So, Honorable Leone, we are not many here today. Today is Thursday, but thank you for joining us. Let me just ask my own or two questions. Maybe I didn't ask yet. If I did, consider me.
I want to ask one question. I have one more question.
Because you're entitled to ask one.
Okay.
But you want to ask two? Go ahead.
Yes.
Wait.
Honorable Delon, something has just come to my attention as it pertains to the Constitution. In Article 54, they said here, the president shall nominate. So we know nomination is a constitutional practice. With their consent, we know the president needs the consent constitutionally of the Senate. Appoint and commission. So the act of commissioning is a constitutional practice. It's not a ceremonious practice because it's mentioned within our Constitution. Absence of commissioning is unconstitutional. I think that's a question Dwalu was trying to ask you. It is very important. Yes.
I heard the question and I understood the question.
Okay.
And I answered the question within my best understanding. You see, the consent of the Senate is very, very constitutionally relevant. The 1847 Constitution of our country, before the 1986 Constitution, the president will nominate, and with the advice of the Senate, the president will appoint. So if the president nominated and the Senate advised as in saying no, the president would decide whether he or she wanted to take that advice and still proceed with appointing that person if the Senate advised no. In 1986, the framers of the Constitution removed the word advice and replaced it with consent. Means it is a stronger word. It is a mandate. It is the Senate consent means yes before the president proceeds. If the Senate says no as in terms of rejection, that nominee cannot even go back to that same place to act. That's how compelling it is for the Senate's consent or rejection. So it is constitutional. It is a function of the Senate. So the Supreme Court cannot prohibit it. What the Supreme Court can do, the Supreme Court can say, you hold on to that thing you're doing, even though that your function. Somebody said the procedure you're using is wrong, that the procedural aspect of it, for instance, the Senate won't remove a pro tem or the House wants to remove a speaker. It is a constitutional right granted by out of the House to remove their leadership. But the Supreme Court can still say if you don't give the person due process, the processes leading to removing that person must be in conformity with due process of law. The Supreme Court cannot say you can remove your speaker or you can remove your pro tem, but the processes leading to, once those processes are wanting of due process, the Supreme Court can halt it and tell you to go do it in keeping with due process. But to say you can do it at all, no. It is the procedural aspect that the court can intervene, especially when the injured party appears before it. If an argument is that there's no vacancy on the bench, who's the injured party here? The injured party will be Joseph Namwe. Is he insisting that he's still on the bench, or that his request for early retirement has not been fulfilled or granted?
So, Honorable Delon, you have established that, maybe, if I'm wrong, please help me, that you guys will have a confirmation hearing tomorrow. for, because these are three different nominations. One, Frank Moussardine, the Minister of Justice. But whether you guys going to confirm it or not, you cannot tell us. You cannot tell us whether you are in a position to say yes to that confirmation or no. My question.
What I said, in the face of the court's intervention as a responsible branch of government, we must coordinate with harmony and respect for one branch and the other. The Judiciary Committee will be advised tomorrow morning as how to proceed and will take into consideration the court's intervention.
Yeah, because the folks are now asking you a question, and I can ask you. I know you're just calling to clear something up, But here's the issue, though. Going to the Supreme Court, you guys will come right back. The Chief Justice have already made a statement. Her Honor said there's a reason, there's a precedent, and you've alluded to that the injured individual, Justice Nangbe, he's not complaining, he's not crying wolf. It's okay. You guys will go back. Tomorrow is set. Tomorrow is the 4th. You guys will have a hearing, but prior to the hearing, you're going to meet 9 a.m. tomorrow. The 9 a.m. meeting, if you can, again, one more please, if you can. The 9 a.m. meeting is to do what? Whether you will have a full hearing for confirmation or to discuss the way and the way in which you're going to present yourself to the Supreme Court. What is it?
There are a lot of moving parts here, and part of the moving parts is the intervention being made by the court. We should inform ourselves as to how to proceed before we proceed or determine whether there will be a confirmation hearing or not, especially on the Moussardine's nomination. As for Samoa Wolokoli, a nomination, his confirmation hearing is set for 2 p.m. tomorrow.
So Delon, I will put the list up. I beg you bear with me, and I understand where you're coming from with that. Yeah, I don't want to press you too much because I know there's sticking stuff. Vani Sherman, Augustine Che, Emmanuel Nukwe, Darius Delon, Joseph Jala, Steve Zyko, Maurice Satuma. The voting, help us understand. People want to know who all will be voting yes or no. Is that the 29 members of the Senate? Because you guys missing, how you call him, the late Nathan. So you guys are not 29. Or what's the position of these 7 members now from the Judicial Committee? Position in terms, bring it on the floor, having a discussion on it. Can you help the Liberian people understand who all will be voting and the way forward?
You want me to say who all will vote yes or no?
No. I'm not asking who all will vote yes or no. There will be an open 29 members voting tomorrow, correct?
No.
Thank you. So you understand my question now.
Confirmation hearing is done, but spearheaded by the relevant committee. But the confirmation hearing, all senators are allowed to be part of the hearing if they want to. If you are not part of the committee, you are also allowed to attend the confirmation hearing. You can ask questions, you can participate, but you can sign the committee report because you are not a member. Okay. And the reason we made it a practice for all senators who have interest in any particular confirmation hearing to participate in the hearing is because the committee will finally report to the full body for the full body to decide on the final vote.
Okay.
So tomorrow a confirmation hearing was scheduled for Moussardine as Associate Justice Designate. In the face of all of these moving parts, and especially with the intervention of the court, the committee has decided to meet in the morning to roll over this issue and determine by ourselves as a committee whether to proceed with that confirmation hearing or to table it until we appear before the court and tell the court what you call for, the thing you call for, our position, and let the court know, and then we can proceed.
Doesn't matter how many of you, because you guys are 7, how many members say yes or no, or if one say no, that's no for the entire group?
So we're trying to build a consensus on common sense issue here. On common sense issue and considering all of the moving parts surrounding this nomination. will do the best in the best interest of our country and our people.
Let's talk about Samara Wodokodi. Thank you for Frank Musa Day. We heard enough, Delon. We appreciate you. You posted this on about Samara Wodokodi. November 6, 2023. Bwaka is under immense pressure. He is a con artist. Too many revelation. Oh, we must go. You posted this. You haven't.
I said we are on way.
Yeah, we are must wait. I'm sorry. I always think about we are must go. So thank you, Stevie. We are must wait. So this issue right now with Samara Wodokodi, and the chair on that committee is Maurice Setoman, if I'm correct. Please help me. The chair on that committee. Are you part of that committee, Dylan?
No, I'm not part of the Ways and Means Committee. We have two structural committees where the county must be represented. So on the Ways and Means Committee, one senator from the county is there, and then on the National Security Committee, another senator is there. So I'm on the Defense Security and Intelligence Committee representing the county, and my colleague, Sir Joseph, is on the Ways and Means Committee representing the county.
Okay.
But at the confirmation hearing, I will be there as a senator. I will fully participate in that hearing.
Okay. So Delon, that's the issue with we watch the show tomorrow because it's PO show. We respect you, the honorable men and women, those senators, your colleagues, and we hope a decision can be made and you can come back on the show to help us understand. You did extremely well today in helping our folks.
Samara Wodokodi and Musa Dean, they have a lot of questions and concerns to address. And I can say this much.
Delon, the alliance, the UP alliance, and those folks you are talking to, do you think, if you can answer, fine, do you think the UP alliance have the vote? No, on both Samara and Frank Musa Day.
If we were still under the George Weah regime as we were before the election, I would be a little cautiously optimistic. And then most times we are let down because we're few. After the election, politics and leadership is being played. So when we determine that we want this thing, we get it. If we don't want it, the thing we don't want will not happen.
Since I give one last question with the senator before you
take the last question and take Honorable Dylan home, Mr.
Honorable Dylan, just a last quick question. So if your committee, I believe the Judiciary Committee, decides to delay for 2 weeks, that means the confirmation cannot go ahead. Is that a correct assumption?
We are closing the 54th legislature and dissolving it on Tuesday, January 9. After Tuesday, January 9, no more 54th legislature.
So
we are only in this 54th legislature special session because the president extended. By the constitutional provision, the 15th of January will usher in the 55th legislature. That means all lawmakers who were defeated will not be members of the legislature after January 9 to start giving way to the 55th legislature, to include members of the legislature that won election during the 2023 presidential and legislative election. So this 54th legislature has opted Tuesday, January 9, which is next week. After that, the legislature cannot act and take any decision.
Can the president request additional 1 week?
No.
Any request by the president to extend will not go beyond January 15 or January 14, because on the 15th of January, which will be the second working Monday this year, the 55th legislature will resume session.
So there's a few days that the president can use. I beg you brought to our attention this letter from Samura. It was written on the 29th, Delon. If you have not seen this, Samura saying Honorable Ditwe, this thing came up on his page talking about the money you guys are receiving for these different 1 week, 2 weeks extension. The lawmakers, fuel and lubricant compensation special setting, total $3.1 million. The loan. All right, they are pushing this thing, and each time you guys extend your stay, that's what the Liberian people pay. Right now, it's $3.1 million. Can you speak to this, please?
The president extended us from the 8th of December to the 22nd of December. We didn't receive a dime. We have not. The president extended us again in the special sitting that we have. We have not received a dime. The fuel and lubricants they're talking about is 2 months out of 6 months in arrear fuel that we have not got. It's not about special sitting.
So why do you think at this time he posting this and the total amount $3.1 million that even the government said they do not have money for inauguration? $3.1 million. I mean, this thing that they're saying that, I mean, you guys should get this money.
So if the government owe me 6 months in fuel allowance, if they bring it in, I'm gonna say no. Let's be frank. Answer now.
Oh, you asked me a question. I thought you were making a statement, Dylan. I'm bringing it to the public because this is what Samara would have put out there, just to add that. Just wanted to confirm.
The public does not know, and I can appreciate because we don't make noise about it. The public does not know that for the last 6 months, we have not received those allowances, especially fuel and other allowances. We haven't. My issue is why when these crucial things are coming before they want to give our back arrear as if to say we are being blackmailed or
now you're making my point. Now you're making my point.
Yeah. They will hold all these things and we don't have the gut courage to even stand up for ourselves in majority over there. Yep. And then when they need these crucial things, then they want to put our allowances in arrears together to bring it, hey, make it look at these are the things that may impair our judgment.
And make it look like they're giving you guys bribe, period. Now you guys taking bribes.
Yeah, it comes across as, you know, you owe me 6 months gasoline. You want confirmation, late minute of time, you want to give me 2 months. And then when I take my arrear, they get us something for nothing. Let me tell you something. All the procedural information I was giving, clarity I was giving, none of them say to what my position will be on these 2 nominations. And as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, chaired by Senator James Barney, we do not even intend to even hold confirmation hearing for the nominee for Qatar or Saudi Arabia for the Foreign Service. And if we're having the authority on the Ways and Means Committee, when I even schedule a confirmation hearing for Samora Wolo Kodi at this time. Same applies to Musa Ding.
The Honorable Ibrahim Darius de la Montserrato content. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time as we talk there. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Tomorrow will be our session.
Yes, sir. We'll be there. Thanks. All right. So, I mean, a lot to unfold. Welcome to the show, Conor Gray. It's good to have you. But, Stephen Johnson, what are you looking at? Something, it's like I'm getting goosebumps on my body when you know, they're on this right. They put out this information as if to say they're bribing them.
Somehow slinking mud. That's what he's doing.
You know, they put it up and say, well, $3.1 million we are giving these guys.
Oh, Stanton, there's something interesting on that thing. Put it back up. Look at the top.
Look at the time. They say approved for allotment.
Yeah, approved for allotment. So
yeah.
Yeah, you see what they put there? You see somebody's signature? So
yeah.
It's is that January 1, right?
January 1st.
January 1st, 2024.
On the holiday.
They approve allotment on New Year's Day.
So that the main message he's sending on that day is that writing. with the signature.
What they're trying to tarnish the senator's a moral character.
No, that gentleman will finish approving your allotment now. So,
Exactly.
No,
so I mean, it's a crazy affair. It's a crazy affair. But Stanton, while Honorable Dylan was doing something, I did a quick research, just a very quick research. It will interest you to know something. The word commission without the ED appears 38 times in the Constitution of Liberia, including in Article 54 and 55. The word commissioned with an ED appeared 2 times in the Constitution, in Articles 68 and 69. And the word commissioned, as it pertains to the ED, appeared 2 times specifically under where they're talking about the appointment and commission of Chief Justice and Associate Justices. So the word commissioned is a constitutional procedural practice.
Thank you very much. How many? You went for the first master. You going for the second one?
You know, I wanted to piggyback a little bit on Prince's point. So, Prince, I think the question that Dalu was asking that question. So, you are saying that in order for Dean to even fully take his seat, he has to be commissioned by a president. And if he's not,
absolutely, he's in limbo.
Yes,
he's constitutionally in limbo. Yes.
Yes. And so, to me, I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, in the interest of the Liberian people, the judicial system can delay this whole process until, Boycott takes place and use his political power not to carry it out.
Now, what is interesting is that
your point,
yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly say, to your point, Dr. Francis, if in the letter from the Chief Justice, she indicated that the circuit court judge or the other judge, they've been filling in. I think there's provision within the judicial canon that allows for another judge to fill in the absence of so because he been absent for the last 8 months, because they have to meet a quorum for them to make a decision. So somebody been filling in for them. So this is just 10-15 days. You waited 8 months, then maybe away 8 months. You can wait for 10 days.
What is interesting? What is going to be interesting about this?
Prince, I beg you. I want to bring in Conor Gray. He just joining us. Or else, if I want to go back to Dualu, but you're going to raise a red flag.
I want to get my train of thought. I beg you before you go.
So your brother Conor Gray, go ahead. If you thought that you could give it time.
No, when I heard Senator Dylan say that the only injury is to Justice Nangwe, it sort of rubbed me the wrong way. I think the injury here is to the Liberian people. I think the issue that moral character is in the Constitution means something. And when he talked about like redressing, the redress that Liberian people have is for impeachment, and under that impeachment it says misconduct, inability to do your job. I mean, I'm just paraphrasing, but it says a lot of other things. So I think the Liberian people are being injured by the appointment of or nomination and or confirmation of Musa Dean, simply because I believe it is immoral for anyone to just sit down and be a part of government. And drug cases have been
they gotta go and justify how they are injured, that Richardson. It's not about us saying, oh yeah, we are. You gotta go and show something, show that you are injured, and show your injury. But the only person right now in question that can make an argument would be Justice Nangwe. And Justice Nangwe,
I think we're talking strictly on legal lines.
On legal lines, yes.
Yes, on legal lines. Yes.
So it's we can give our opinion. We know how well yet that a lot of people are mad, but guess what? Justice Nangwe should be the one to carry the argument. Now, yes, my fear before my brother Conor Gray come in. And guys, I do believe they go back, and these guys will be right here confirming Musa Dean. Now, why you asking me? When I was saying that thing from Charlie Kintan day one, people are going crazy. Within the alliance, and I want to build this up. I'm not a friend of Musa Dean. I'm not his friend. Let me put that right, okay? But I was speaking on the issue that you must have a legal ground. And you should go back to the senators. You have some senators that are leaving. They don't just say by the 14, right, Stevie? Everybody gone. Everybody gone. The 55th coming into power. There will be no Steve Zago. There will be no Jonathan Cape. There will be no Milton TJ. All the letter Milton TJ, where he will be now talking as a civilian, not as a senator. So yes, the issue. If these guys must act, they must act now. And the problem of them acting now is that some of them have agreed to just take the stress out. For Samura Wodokoli, I think they will stop Samura Wodokoli. I don't think that I really don't think that he has the vote, Steven. Samura Wodokoli does not have the vote. I believe Frank Musadin is a whole different case. It's an urgency of now. And people that you see, they are in agreement with Frank Musadin. I was on the phone today. I spoke to most senators out there. I was on the phone today. They are fighting, Stephen. They're asking about you, Stephen. What your senators doing? Like they don't coming up, helping Liberia understand. Your senator, they are how many? What are they doing, Stephen Johnson? Are they saying no? Who leading the charge? There you go, Stephen Johnson ran away. You see, when I'm asking this hard question, Stephen can run. Stephen, you in a cluster. Where your senator doing?
Somebody was calling me, man. He can't run.
But what is Senator doing, Stephen? But let's bring in Conor Gray. Then from there, we'll close this thing and move to other conversation. Conor Gray, you're looking sharp, by the way, Conor Gray. You just came from a funeral?
No, I just changed office.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you came from a funeral. You get black and purple.
Conor Gray looks very sharp today. I like it.
My business just procured a brand new building, so we'll close on that building.
Beautiful. Anyway. Nice. Congrats.
Anyhow, you remember I was asking, we're not there yet, right? And you just saw the letter that came from the Supreme Court. So these are all the legalese that we'll have to go through before even this issue is brought to the floor of the Senate. So, but if you go back, Musadin is just it's like in the position of Funadi Kofa. They got some support. If you go back and double check, Musadin probably is one of the most experienced people that will be in our Supreme Court for now, if he ever gets there. So in our position, I think these guys have done their own due diligence to make sure they touch base with all of the individuals that are supposed to be voting on the Senate floor for him. But I still believe that the president-elect and his team can pull this one out if they stretch out. And politics is about who gets what, when, and how. And in this case, should Musa be the one that gets, something when and how? If you ask me, I would say no. But from what I'm seeing, it's like even the president-elect is sort of like is condoning the confirmation of this man, if you ask me, or the appointment of him as Chief Justice. I could be wrong because I'm not seeing the requisite equal force coming out of that camp. Maybe that's how they do business, cool it now, hold it, tight. But the only person I've heard coming out so far is Dylan. Who else have you heard? So, but we have other issues that are claiming our attention. I think the Ministry of Defense should be audited. If you ask me, let me pivot. I think they should change the entire leadership bench. If you want to have some bigger stuff coming out, down to the chief of staff. Matter of fact, in the military, if you serve that long in our leadership.
But you go to Ministry of Defense and Chief of Staff. Why we want to close out this conversation? Can
I
you
know.
bring
Well,
that picture
am I
up?
not allowed to give my open statement?
No, but I mean, you keep letting us
Obviously,
go.
but am I not allowed to give my statement?
No,
Yeah,
you're
but
not.
to
You
the
keep letting
defense of
that.
the Unity Party, I think the statement will be unfair for you to say they've not done anything. The part of the reason why Senator Dillon came up.
Steve, let me rest, and then you can pick it up.
Okay.
Yeah, please. So, if you want me to pivot back to the issue of Musadin, I think Musadin, if he gets there, he might be one of the most experienced people. But this guy is tied too much to this current administration, and my dream is to see that this administration is fully prosecuted in terms of what they did in the past. There are so many things that some of us are being exposed to right now. It's nerve-wracking. And if you let Musa go, I mean, may as well just let the president go, in peace. Well, if you want to hold president, we are in his team, including the Samoa Wolo College. Don't confront Musa. Don't even go there. Boycott the process. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much, Conor Gray. Thanks, Stephen. He
Yeah, just
brought
want to
in Unity Party.
I think Conor Gray will be unfair to the UP Alliance if we say that they are not doing anything in this regard. Part of the reason why Senator Dillon came on was to share light on a prohibition that was filed before the court by the chairman, the secretary general, and the leadership of the Unity Party against the nomination of Musa Din. I think that's the procedure. That's the right way to go to challenge the process through the court. I don't know which other means would be available to, for instance, Ambassador Boaka, other than the politics of courts. But I mean, in terms of actually enforcing it, will be the court system, which is where they're gone. So let's watch and see, because the first hearing is on Monday. By Tuesday will be the last sitting of the legislature, which will mean the dissolution of the 54th until the 15th, when the 55th will take over. So between the 9th and the 14th, we expect to see the election for the leadership of the new house happening. So let's see between now. So, I think that particular prohibition is in the best interest of the country in terms of at least putting, raising the issue. Thank you. And the second thing, Senator, I'd like to ask, how old is Musa Din? I've not seen any public record of his age.
We are about to ask for his birth certificate from Liberia. Hold on, I'll show it to you. We're about to get his birth certificate soon. Okay. You been in the party. The man been in your party. You been in Liberia 100 years ago.
Yeah, everybody in Liberia knows that.
Musa is almost 70.
Musa
is almost 70.
But why you might ask me? That mean related to Musa?
I tried checking online. I haven't seen any public record of his age. I don't know.
I think he's 68, as far as I know, almost 70. I know.
But let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick.
If he's 68, then he's not going to be on the bed for 2 years.
I think Musa, if my guess would be, Musa will be around 64, 65-ish.
No, he's older than that.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Musa be around long, we can be
Musa been serving.
Musa
been serving in this capacity for 31 years. So imagine, he's been practicing law for 31 years. I'm about to get his.
If you've been practicing law for 31 years, we can deduce.
Yeah, and I wanted to finish my conversation.
I beg you, Dr. Richardson, can you be last on this? We got to move on real quick. We don't have enough time left. We got to leave from here by 7 o'clock, guys. If you want to stay, you can stay, but we got to leave by 7 o'clock. That will be 12 o'clock Liberian time. So go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Oh, okay. I wanted to finish my conversation about immorality, injury before, I was interrupted. But, I think Liberian people can make a case for feeling injured due to the immorality of Musa Din. I mean, I actually would want to encourage them, even though he thinks that Justin Nangma is the only person who's injured. But I think a group of Liberian people can say they are injured by him not looking at the Western Cluster D very cleanly, which they were denied certain privilege and rights because of that deal. They could say even David Stewart, the guy who found or reportedly found the diamond, you know, he could say that he was injured because his money was, you know, unfairly dished out to him because of Musa Din. Dede Simmons could say that she was injured as well because of how he managed the justice system, not calling to book the police department. We had to come here and make noise before they changed the charges. So, you know, we could go on and on and on with how the Liberian people are injured because of Musa Din's immorality. And I think that's a good reason why the framework of the Constitution put in of good character, good moral character. I think that's a good reason why they put that there.
Yeah,
so that Richardson, you're right, but they will have to file their separate petition to show as to how they are directly injured.
Correct.
So, but the one that is filed, they can round now because that one.
No, I wasn't asking about that, but I don't think we should.
Yes, that one is only citing whether there is a vacancy. So they can file a petition before the court and cite the specific injury as to his nomination day, and I think the court will grant them the audience.
That's what I was trying to say. I will push.
The court. I think the law narrowly defines injury, so we can really, quantify it. That kind of helps. Hey, Jada Mason, thank you so much for the explanation that I was trying to put forth. I appreciate it. Look, guys, Prince, you got something?
Yeah. I got something.
Let's go around it quickly. 1 minute.
Quickly. Yeah. We spoke around everything around Musa Din, and we kind of like took a shovel for a little dig at the Senate, and Honorable Vani Sherman name was mentioned. But I thought to just go back over that to say that right now it is Honorable Vani Sherman versus posterity. I know he's going out of the door, but I would like to remind Honorable Vani Sherman of his departing speech he made in the Senate. I think his entire career in the Senate is now about to come full circle. He now has a brilliant opportunity to send a message to future generations of his legacy. And I also think that based on what is happening in contemporary times, I will hope that Honorable Sherman envision himself in the future and how future generations will interpret his soon-to-be action as it pertains to the confirmation of Honorable Musa Din. I hope that he takes that into consideration. I know right now he may not be thinking that, but the Liberian people will look at history, and history will judge him whatever way he makes a decision.
Stevie, do you think our officials care about posterity and history and all of that? I personally don't think they do, but I mean, let me hear.
I think only a few persons in Liberia don't care about legacy. Because when you're given the chance to manage the commonwealth of the country and you're worried about legacy, chances are you're bound to succeed, as opposed to if you worry. And the point raised by Prince is something very important. I think this last decision by the 54th legislature could either give them some form of approval, positive approval, depending on how they vote, or it could be the final coffin on most of them casket ahead of their career outside the legislature. So if you vote now to confirm Musa Din, you're essentially just bringing an end to your life, to your career post the legislature. For example, somebody like Vani Sherman, Maurice Tuma, and the likes of the other guys who will be outside of the legislature come the 9th of this month. What will they say? And this will also be a moment for them to atone for their sins over the last 9 years in the legislature.
The atonement. Oh, Colonel Gray, Look, I personally don't believe a man can change his character in the 90th minute of the match. These guys are nearing the twilight years, well, they're actually in the twilight years of their lives. I don't think Vonnie Sherman is going to change his stripes. It's going to be Vonnie Sherman all the way. Colonel Gray, do you think something to the contrary?
Stephen, I'm glad that there's an injunction. I did not know. I just hear that. I was not opportune enough to listen to Senator Dillon while he was here. But that's a good start. Judicial activism starts at that level where you stall the process. It's all part of democracy. And I'm glad at least they could rumble with that issue until come the 9th. And then, well, to the 15th, when the 54th will be no more. Then we'll start politics at that, other second stage. That's the advanced stage. When you play a tournament, you reach to that level. That's where politics is played now. But if you ask me about these guys who have lived their lives, and I think they have been molded by the mind of our society as to who they are. So even if they behave otherwise, it will be unnoticeable. Most people will not know whether or not Bernie Sherman has done the right thing, for instance. And you hear some noise in the background, by the way. So if you ask me, I'm there with you, Dwalu. I don't expect anything good to come out of those people besides catering to themselves and down to the last minute. All they do is not about the people of Liberia or those who voted for them. All they're doing is to close the chapter on their public life. And you bet if they're being catering all to themselves, definitely this is what it's going to be about. So that's why I know the outcome if they vote. I couldn't tell what will happen in the 55th legislature, but if these guys that are going out, the like of the Bernie Sherman, the Milton Tiagen, and all of this, Situma, all of these kinds of people, when we know what will become of Musa Din, he'll be nominated. I mean, it'll be voted in overwhelmingly if these people vote. But with the 55th legislature, maybe you got some guys that with spine that will look at this guy in the eye and say, "Look, we need you for a bigger investigation, so we're not going to let you go through."
But he will not be qualified unless the new government reappoints.
Yeah, no, it's not going to go.
So if he doesn't get confirmed, yet in this new,
his life is determined with the 54th. After that, the president coming in don't have to honor that nomination. That's not how government works.
So let me ask you a question real quick. Oh, sorry, Swallow.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
You're asking me about.
That's very important. I just want to go to that, but go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. When you're done, go ahead.
For instance, you spoke, the confirmation issue or the appointment issue, that's a third clause that you spoke about that I believe is equally important in terms of the person good moral character, right? And sometimes we just glide over that. We don't think it's important. Can you just speak briefly to why you think the framers put that in the Constitution? Why is that important for our society?
That's a lot of question that Twalu, because
I know. The
framers are thinking that you can't just take anybody, like a corrupt person, a person who has participated in immorality. And immorality to me is sitting there and, signing a contract that, wouldn't benefit the people of Bowman County. That would benefit other people, like the minors, okay? So I don't think that the framers wanted people like who would not be in the interest of Liberian people. That's why they put that issue, more character. And it rings a bell to me because every time that I have to reapply for my licensure to be a professional person, I have to check a box that says I am of good moral character, because the states that I'm licensed in don't want anybody to damage clients or people, All right. And I believe that the framework don't want anybody to further damage the Liberian people. So, I mean, briefly, that's what comes to mind, Dwalu. But I wanted to say something about Vonnie Sherman, because that's the question you were asking everybody. I thought it was the same question you were going to ask me. You know, Vonnie Sherman got injured. He had a brain injury, and I sympathized with him when that happened. And after that, I was thinking that he was going to champion the issue of healthcare in Liberia. I did not see it, colleagues. And so I don't think that he cares about Liberian people, because something that personally afflicted him, and he didn't stand up for the rights of Liberian people. So I don't believe that you know, he cares. Lastly, if you guys remember a video that came out, and Vonnie Sherman was saying his goodbye, I believe, to his colleagues, and he said, the people of Cape Town, they don't know, they're not even aware what I do here. So he is saying that if he left legacy or he didn't leave legacy, in his mind, the people of Cape Town didn't care. So it almost like it's good that they didn't vote for me and I used all the money and I stayed here for all these many years. So I don't really think, Dwalu, that Vonnie Sherman will care about legacy. That's my opinion on that.
Dwalu, let me just remind you quickly. Let me just remind you guys quickly. Honorable Vonnie Sherman, Senator Vonnie Sherman, the outgoing Senator Vonnie Sherman, now has a John McCain moment. Honorable Vonnie Sherman is about to inherit or disassociate himself from a John McCain moment. We all do remember when Obamacare was about to be passed in the Senate in America. And it was a hot topic between the GOP and the Democrats. The GOP had a vote to not pass Obamacare. And the only person that was remaining was John McCain. It's called the famous thumb down vote. John McCain voted against his party to pass Obamacare. And that is the moment that Honorable Vonnie Sherman is about to inherit in Liberia history. Whether he gives this thumb down or thumbs up, it's up to him to protect Liberia or allow Liberia to keep going down the treacherous path.
Thank you. Let me say this. I don't think so. There's no comparison. You cannot do that with John McCain, but he rests in peace. There will be no way that you would take a man called Vonnie Sherman and say you compare him to John McCain. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? I beg to disagree with you. Don't do that.
I'm there with you.
Where you coming from with this different comparison and praising individuals like Josita Winton, Newell, and now you're saying Vonnie Sherman that the next Liberia John McCain. Hey, my man. I know you're missing somebody on the show, but let's stick to the script. I'm begging you.
What's it?
No,
I said he's about to have his John McCain moment.
Wait, but you tell you when? Let me tell my own now.
No, we don't even put Vonnie Sherman and John McCain the same sentence.
I mean, say John McCain moment.
Not even the John McCain moment. The man get no. Not even the John McCain moment with that thumb down thing. No. Let me say something to you guys, and then we'll move on to what happened regionally, because you know what happened in Sierra Leone. The former president. They have asked him to go to live in Nigeria because Bill don't like him. We'll talk about that briefly. But let me say this real quick. I do believe CDC, George Banawea, they have obtained this Vonnie Sherman vote. Number one, I want to ask Prince Stephen Johnson, because he's part of the cluster. Stephen, who are those senators that you think you guys should be concerned about today that will make the case for Vonnie Sherman argument that the Honorable Minister Frank Musadin should be confirmed? Like Prince said, that Vonnie Sherman will not have the the John McCain movement. For example, I put this list up, Stevie. Look at this list. Look at the names. We've been having this label. We ask people, say, please come and tell us exactly. If you think you are not on the list and you are not supporting, Minister Dane, look at the names here. Those are on the fence. For example, Jonathan Cape and the rest of them. What? Only you, I'm asking this question. Your concern, my brother, your concern here is what? Who you think you need to talk to right now? Outgoing Alliance UP Senator. Say, please don't vote in favor of Frank Musa Dane. Who?
Senator, I don't want to look at it through the mirror of a party. I like to look at it in the context of Liberia and what is best for our country. And the way I like to approach this question is when you look at the reason why many of those lawmakers did not return to the legislature, it is a moment for them to have a sober reflection. Fanny Sherman, for example, served as senator 9 years, went back to his own county, could not identify projects he was doing, tried to search in his own cell phone, could not even find the text message that he had claimed he had sent to people within his county. The people overwhelmingly stood in line, voted against him, even after voting for him overwhelmingly 9 years ago. So Fanny Sherman was booted out because of his role at the legislature, how he stood up on issues or how he voted against issues. They voted him out. Maurice Tuma went bombing Hill with George Weah and Edwin Snow. They were booed by the people of Bombing County, We've seen that. They were booed by the people of Bombing County. And so when you look at this list, Francis Pay was also defeated in River Says. Albert Chedo came back. He's now under sanction for his double dealing in the legislature. The same with Emmanuel Nuku. This could also be a possible opportunity for Edwin Snow, who has been voting in line with all of the bogus things in the legislature to atone for his sins. This could also be an opportunity for other senators, the likes of J. Brabo Brown, Numini Batikwa, Marshall Dennis, and Jim Tonola, and Zoe Penno, for all of them to use this opportunity as a sober reflection that let us do this one last favor for the Liberian people. Let us at least leave this place and be able to walk the street of Monrovia and say, yes, at least after 9 years, we were able to make one real good choice. And this should be the appeal. I don't want to look at it from the fact that it's Unity Party, the list of Unity Party. I want to look at it from the context that this should be an appeal. Sir Joseph, the likes of all of you, this should be an appeal to your conscience. That this is about Liberia. Musa Dane will be at the core of whatever future investigations that will be conducted. And do you want a situation where your associate justice is in court with a man over diamond? Or do you want a situation where your associate justice is called to answer questions about his role in some of those bogus agreements that he signed on as witness? Think about it. The Supreme Court is the highest decision-making body in our country. It is a place of sanctity. It is a place believed to be where people of brittle character, people with moral credibility, the integrity should sit. And that's why in other democracies, to confirm a justice, an associate justice, it takes days, weeks, because they want to know you. They want to know you. They want to know it is your x-ray of your entire life, from your infancy to your adulthood. In Liberia, no. And let me close on this, guys. When you pay attention to the letter written by Fanny Sherman, you get, if you just read that last sentence, you get afraid. Fanny Sherman in that letter say your confirmation is on the on Thursday, and it could go to the second day. Meaning that if it doesn't go to the first day, they will confirm that man. They will claim the same day. How do you limit the confirmation of a charge to just 2 days, or one. The second one be conditional. That if it just few hours. Can you imagine?
My brother, all of those people, they're partners in crime. Who do you expect in a boxing ring? Who do you expect Senator Sherman to be in favor of? Definitely, it'll be Musadin. These people, they're all bedfellows. They're not even strange, but they're bedfellows. Definitely, one of their own coming in their presence. What do you expect? The only thing I could say is, if somehow the Unity Party can pull the theatrics to stall this process, they can do. I mean, I know sometimes some certain things beyond your control, but if they can pull the theatrics so that this confirmation hearing will not even take place prior to the 9th or till, maybe we can have a room there to wiggle. But otherwise, I'm very nervous that if Musadin were to appear in the presence of these people, remember, these are all a gang that would be protecting things that will come when they are long gone. And if they have one of their own up there, you know exactly what will happen. And where I struggle with this is I don't know whether we'll be able to dig deeper to find something for which to probably impeach Musadin should he become justice, associate justice. But otherwise, we're almost late for this fight. That's where I was coming from when I say I didn't see it much fight enough from the belly of the Unity Party. Look, if Madam Sirleaf, I'm not comparing the two, but if Madam Sirleaf were to be against a situation, by this time you would have known that, and that fire in the belly. That's why I'm not seeing. Maybe people have a different way to fight against certain things. But at this time, George Weah should be aware that this nomination or these nominations will not go through. By now, you will know. And by the time we get to next week, it's going to pivot. It's going to take a different shift. And I want to see what will become of this issue between 9 and 9. But I think it's almost gone, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay. Duado, let me come to you with this one. Thank you, Connor. Great. Duado, when we say this thing, let me just put this in context. We got to move on, but you should be the last on this. Hearing tomorrow for Samara Wodokodi, the chair on Ways and Means is Maurice Satuma. You're bringing that up. A lot of senators are mad. But well, he's the chair. There will be no hearing schedule till after the election, and there will be a new appointment when you talk about the foreign ministry. Because who is the chairman on the foreign affair is James Manning. He's not going to schedule anything. So that other ambassador, Joe will not eat his money, he leaves it today. All right? Joe will not give him money back. 728 him money. They call him Aliyu Masakwe. James Manning will not bring anything on the floor till after the 15th under a new management or new president.
Congratulations to Senator James Manning for standing up for Liberian people. Congratulations, sir.
There will be no way when Joel was taking Ali money, he and Samuel, they told Ali said there will be no returns on your investment. If the people say no, that no. So Ali only fought that inside. Are you concerned about the Wodokodi confirmation? You think they're going to reject him with everything we know about Wodokodi?
First of all, who is Setuma? Let's start with who is
Setuma is a sedition.
No, listen now. Setuma worked in Ellen's office. Situma reviewed documents in Ellen's office. Whenever multinationals came to our country and they made an agreement, saying,
Situma is a sedition.
But hold on, Situma been with CDC for life. And you gotta ask the question again.
Situma was a thin fellow that was changing contract language to favor these concessions so he can get kickback. This is the kind of man you're talking about. And Situma was voted out in Bomi County. Do you think Situma care any kahunas of any kind whatsoever what he does to Liberia? He does not care. He's going to push this thing through. Now, I don't care about Situma because this is a man without spine. I believe he's a snake that should be severed from his body. But yes, the thing though. The rest of the guys from the committee, they should vote against this. If there's a majority vote on the committee to hold this thing, I don't think Situma can push it through if they vote against it. Now, I don't know how it works over there, but by the same token, you cannot allow this man to control the direction of an entire country. But I would say this to Wolokoli. If I were Wolokoli, I would not even go for this because he's going to get pulled back. After all these others, Situma's going to get pulled back. He's going to get disgraced. If I was Situma, if I were Wolokoli, I'm not going to go in. I'm going to say, you know what? They're not going to disgrace me twice. I will stay away from this team, President Weah. It doesn't matter what I do, how much money is being given to Situma, because Situma is like a freaking prostitute that will take anything just to make sure that she doesn't get a reach around. This is exactly who he is. People like this, look, we elect the most vile individuals. Do you know how he got elected in Bomi County? This boy took enough money, went over there, sprayed among poor people, he became a senator for 9 years. Did you ever hear Situma name in the Senate? With the exception of getting his salary, nothing he did. For 9 years, you sit there. Did nothing for arguably one of the poorest poorest county in the country. This is who Situma, he doesn't care. He will do whatever it takes, man. This is the kind of people just destroying this country with no spine. That the people told Labro Lapa, that Situma told Labro Lapa.
So again, guys, we want to say, please, just understand, we'll be moving on and we'll come to the LRA issue. We're going to come to the LRA issue, which is so important. And that situation with the $26 million, when they cut it off, John said it yesterday, it came to 1.2. Guess what happened? For $26 million, the company is supposed to pay Liberia. They brought it down to 1.2. I have the document, and I'm going to share the document with you. For $26 million, that's supposed to go to Liberia. George Manawiya, Samuel Tua, Samora, Wodokori, all of them, with the commissioners, they agreed to bring it to 1.2 million. Where the rest of the 2026, 24.8 million go? Where? Folks, when we come on the show, we tell you guys something, you'll say, oh, but you need to understand. And you know the company? The company will be mountain. If you would dig into the B mountain, where did I bring people money? But before we do that, because we're going to upload all this information, let me just bring you just a weird thing because we got about a few more minutes to go. Today, in Sierra Leone, in the region, you see the gentleman still standing right there. He can be recognized, those on the radio line. He's a former president of Sierra Leone.
That's Ernest Bakroma.
He's in court. He is in court. They charge him with treason. This is right next to Sierra Leone. Here's the letter. On Wednesday, January 3rd, in front of Magistrate Santinge Bangura at Magistrate Court Number 2, the Republic of Sierra Leone charged Dr. Ernest Bakroma for his alleged role in the failed coup of November 26, 2023. The former president is charged with 4 offenses that including treason, misprision of treason, and 2 counts of harboring. Dr. Ernest Bakroma is represented by Joseph F. Kamara and other lawyers. The ministry will continue to provide updates on the proceeding. The former president is in court. He's a prisoner. He's then accused. He's on the prison bench in Sierra Leone, folks. He's there. He's right there. But as God will have it, I think it came up though. We have a letter from Nigeria for ECOWAS, as a matter of fact, trying to say, you know what, giving a pass to go to Nigeria and go live in exile. They're asking the Sierra Leone government to allow him to go live in exile. It's still not safe in Sierra Leone. It's rough, a lot of tension. But I want to show you this again. The former president of Sierra Leone now been charged with treason.
Stanton, we should see this with increased regularity in Africa.
Well, Stanton,
Real quick, Maestro, because we got to run real quick, my brother, please.
Yeah, quickly. This issue right now is an issue of national security. It's an issue of national intelligence, international or regional intelligence, and domestic intelligence. As Conan Gray will agree with me on this, that we need to be very sensitive to the prevailing conditions in Sierra Leone as a result of or as an effect of spillover. I will hope that our brothers and sisters in Sierra Leone are handling this with the utmost responsibility as possible, because we both don't want to see ourselves going down that treacherous path that we happen to have gone down a few years ago. I hope whatever negotiation is going on behind the scene is peaceful and as fast as possible and expedient as possible, so that we all can have a peaceful resolution to continue our development in Liberia and Sierra Leone.
This is a situation. Thank you. This the situation in Sierra Leone. As you can see, the former president, he was arrested. He was taken to court, and there you have it. I have called our regional representative with ECOWAS, Edwin Mervyn Sinoe, Jr., Senator Sinoe, to speak on this issue once he's available this week or some kind of next week. This is huge. We just want to bring it to your attention. Now, we also want to share with you. This is the letter of, as you can see, you can read it. You have it, Walu. And can you tell us who wrote this memo?
Office of the Managing Director of Freeport Monrovia. Don't tell me this is ice cream. Diana Nebo, Honorable Managing Director. To all department, divisional, sectional heads, MPA employees, out of office notice, December 26, 2023. Please be informed that I am currently ill and seeking medical treatment. That's what you put it, not medical, medical treatment, and won't be able to come to work. While I am going through my treatment, Honorable Alfonso S. Crua Jr., Deputy Managing Director for Administration, will act in my stead in close consultation with me. Please accord him your fullest cooperation. Kind regards, ice cream.
So there you have it. There you have it, okay? When we say these things, people get mad. The National Port Authority Managing Director, ice cream, they call Dana Nebo, and they say Honorable Managing Director. Now, I will leave it for you guys to help us understand. Please be informed that I am currently ill and seeking medical, it should be, treatment, and won't be able to come to work. While I am away and going through my treatment, the Honorable Alfonso S. Crua Jr., Deputy Managing Director for Administration, will act in my stead in close consultation with me. Here's my reason of putting this up, folks. National Road Fund, she's on medical leave. In close consultation, she's working with her deputy, the firing 9 people. Managing Director, Dina Escrinimbo, she's on medical leave. And now she's working with her deputy likewise. I will say to you, folks, Joia is the #1 foolish leader we have ever seen. And up to Joia, something wrong with Joia. Joia is dumb. Seriously, something seriously wrong with him. And up to now, you know what Nimbo is? You know what Dina is? Dina not sick. Dana not sick. Dina, what's her name is? She's not sick.
False human hair. She's somewhere.
No, I'm not going to talk about human hair. Don't get me in a situation. But she's not sick. She's not. You know, I've been texting her back and forth, and I told her, say, you distracted me, Dana Nimbo. We've been texting each other while on the show. But for the sake of country, why can't we discuss Dana Nimbo? That's Freeport. For God's sake, Stevie, that's the gateway to our economy.
Not just the gateway, it's the highest income
It's the highest,
of
yes.
the government of the Republic of Liberia.
This girl left the job because she said she was forced by Joe Manower to take that position. She been crying to leave, and Joe Manower went to her and said, "Don't leave." She's in Texas. The church she attend, the apartment she's stepping with a friend in. We have the address, and we can show it. She's not sick. This girl is not sick. Dina Nimbo is not sick at all.
But
I can say to you, for her to pull up this memo, let me bring in Steve. I beg you. I know what I bring in Steven for. Let me keep my mouth to myself. Let me bring in Steven. Steven, why are you laughing?
Oh, no, we're going to buy Trump.
Whoa, no. You made Steven run away. No, don't do that.
No, I know how. I don't know.
But Steven, man, look at this memo this woman put out, right? Look at this memo on the 26th. And you know what? She left the country before the 26th. She left the country before the 26th.
Besides the memo being poorly written,
poorly,
it is bogus that a managing director will leave an entity without any specified time period.
She's running away.
So you write a memo. I'm sick, and while I'm sick, the person can be acting in my stead. So when normally when you're leaving an entity, there has to be a window. You can't just leave for a protracted period without any information about when you will return. And so you leave the country at a period where there's a major transition because you know that you will have to account for your stewardship at the people of Monrovia. So you think now that this is an opportunity and an avenue for you to escape any possible investigation. So that is it. Because if you're sick and you're leaving, I'm taking a 3-month leave. Because the thing about these leaves, if you leave for that protracted period, you've been paid by the government of Liberia and the people of Liberia. And so if you leave for such protracted period and you're still receiving remuneration from the Liberian people, that's wrong. Nowhere in the world in your employment can anybody, for that matter, just leave the office without any time frame. Even if it's medical leave, there's a window. You cannot just have an ending medical leave. After some time, they terminate your contract.
Of course.
So you write a letter.
More injury.
Exactly. You write a letter, you say, I'm sick. And why I say they may be acting in consultation with me.
What
kind of nonsense this? People take the government like people to be joke. And this has been the issue under George Weah. People giving the opportunity to serve the country, and there was no supervision. We did not spend time even understanding some of their role, even just having a basic, a regular cabinet meeting to understand what was happening in some of those ministry and agencies.
Can you imagine?
No understanding. That's why everybody was doing their own thing.
But Stephen, even to a point, that's the reason why the nomination of Samira Wolo-Colley is very, very important at this point right now. Like I said earlier from the beginning, I'm going to argue Samira Wolo-Colley appointment from a national security perspective. The appointment of Samira Wolo-Colley to the LRA should be of a national security concern to the Senate, because the LRA is responsible for generating domestic revenue for the full-fledged operation of the entire republic. And this also speaks to the senators' work that they have to do and fund. Wouldn't it be smart enough and appropriate for the senators to nominate and confirm someone who the incoming government will appoint as opposed to the outgoing government? If you think about it, Stephen, that issue becomes a national security issue to the Bouaka administration immediately, because they have to raise an amount of money that meets Bouaka objective. And the policy to raise that amount of money is not something that Samira Wolo-Colley is aligned with. So in so many ways, those senators will be sitting at that table listening to Samara Wolokoli should see it from that perspective. It is critically important that they see the point that they have.
I don't want to stress you. Samara Wolokoli will not be confirmed, but let's move on. I don't want to stress you, seriously.
It has to. He should not be up. He should not be confirmed.
Yeah.
He should not be confirmed.
Brother, I beg you, please. Let's just move on. The Wolokoli issue is very bad, and even judicial know that it's bad. The only thing that people should be concerned about is the Mossadegh issue. Samara Wolokoli came on phone and say, I get all my company, my CPA, lessee, and everything I do business to the government, pay myself. What kind of nonsense is that? But I want to also just take a crack at this real quick. The issue about what this gentleman said, John Modu said, because we all have time. I want us to share it. Listen, Prince, with all due respect, Samara Wolokoli is in a very boiling water with 250-degree temperature than Mossadegh. To tell you the truth, he is. So leave that one. The senators.
I think that was a distraction. That appointment was just a distraction.
Yeah, but let's talk about this Dana guy. I know Prince decided to bring in Samara Wolokoli because he's related to Dana, Stephen Johnson. You and Dwalo, I want you to know that. We're talking about this guy from the Freeport, this lady. Then Prince go ahead and bring in Samara Wolokoli again. You got to follow Prince every move. He know how to pivot. We had a letter over here, folks. Remember, memo number 524. Stephen Johnson. The man left this thing and started talking about Samara Wolokoli again. And LeBron just called him and said, "But what's wrong with Prince? We are on this conversation. You got left the country with huge plenty of money.
Look, we did justice to this girl. Yeah. She's in danger. She's in danger of damaging her reputation. She's in danger of damaging the reputation of Liberia. Oh, this letter, a second grade student in Liberia can read a letter. A second grade student. Why would she write such a letter? And just
who just said you ready? Joe, we are ready.
I mean, think about it. Think about it. You literally threw away your responsibilities and ran away to a different country with diplomatic passport at that rate. With diplomatic passport at that rate.
Get the ice cream in diplomatic passport. Stanton, my woman wear food. Let me do my closing.
No. We're not that begging about that woman straight, but start lying on the woman. But the woman saying that right and start laughing at you now. Yeah, that thing begin to be your happy about. The woman saying that right and laughing at you.
I'm not gonna woman wear food.
I mean, I hope you that woman somebody asked you, he said I wear food. I hope you're home though.
What's the you started? See now you coming to bite you. You started the whole
thing. They're just coming from somewhere. So from somewhere just like
no,
you got power right now.
Every day the message you got a woman rest food. You got a woman rest food.
Basketball king and feeding the time. I'm taking the man over.
No,
you ain't know what's saying over to it. Still don't go for right now.
I beg you, Siri.
Let me say the thing. 30 seconds, I'm begging you. This is important.
But you're not leaving, right?
No, I'm not leaving. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, there is a guy. His name is Paul Collier. He wrote a book a long time ago. It's called The Ballon Billion, and he tried to describe what the Western countries are doing to our country. You know, one of the issues he actually discussed in our book was when our officials steal like ice cream. They run to Western countries and they sit there. They're actually denigrating our country. Look, the likes of the United States, Australia, most of Europe, they are actually the recipient of some of these looted money that come out of our country. We are weak because they provide access to these criminals that leave our country and run to these Western countries. This is why I'm so excited about these sanctions that are going to the family level, because Liberian children are dying from these acts. Let me tell you, to maintain ice cream over the last 6 years, it probably cost Liberia $2 million just for hair alone. That mean, Opa talking, you come for me. I'll give it back to you.
I'm not going to talk about the woman hair. Now, I won't play this thing. Oh, man, I'll let her talk about women hair. Trust me, you get us in a serious situation. But let me play this from yesterday.
Now, think about LRA, right? Now, there's a $26 million issue. So, Tua said there was $300 million missing. And the deputy LRA commissioner also, before the Liberian legislature, also confirmed that at least Liberia is losing $300 million. You know what $300 million can do? A lot. And there are a lot of audits that are going on. I can tell you right now, I have asked the Auditor General of Liberia and those that are in the accountability arena to pursue a case at LRA on a $26 million tax write-down. Overnight, they gone from 26 million to 1.2 million. I don't want to call the company name until that information is actually verified. But indeed, there is an issue at LRA where one company refused to pay taxes, and in a very dying hour, as we transition, 3 weeks to transition, they take the $26 million, trash your audit, and write down to 1.2 million. Think about that. And I can tell you 100%, Joy, we know all these things. And LRA is his pepper bush. And whether Samuel is crying about the Americans attack him on Mr. Steel because he's not supporting the railroad, all that in a small screen. The real issue is LRA has been their entire pepper bush.
All right. So we have
Now
said some.
Now you know what I brought up. Now you know why I brought Samora. We don't call it taking on the board.
I gotta say something here. You see the LRA issue, right? You heard what he said: $26 million Liberian. They brought it down to 1.2 million. Why? Who authorized them?
The liquid.
Who said it was okay? You know which company they're talking about? B. Martin.
B. Martin, yeah.
Understand B. Martin. You know why today auditor die? You know why today they are accusing each other who kills Thomas Dona? Seriously, do you know why? I want to invite you guys tomorrow because we are out of time, but I will show the last post. And I want to share with you some information that will be very, very important for the sake of our country. These people went on a killing spree to cover up the decision some of them took. Thank God that George Manawia will no longer be president of Liberia, because this president, George Manawia, he have destroyed our country with all his many followers that like him. They authorized George Manawia, Samuel Twess, Samora Wodokodi, all of them in agreement with some of them that we cannot name. They say it was okay. Look at this. And listen, my sources are giving me information to the number. I want to bring to your attention that we are short collecting CUF. Hey, Mr. Steven, what is CUF? From B Mountain. According to section 24.2V of the Mineral Development Agreement, they are to be paying 1.5%. I want you guys to see this very, very well. And I want you to understand that this is where we are. I'm happy for the turnover notes. I'm happy for some people are giving information to the transition team. And these are the reasons why some people are not. But I want you to read this. 1.5%. What's Stephen Johnson? Let him tell what CUF mean. From B Mountain. 1.5%. Joe, we are Samuel, and this is big because I get all the documents in my possession. These are some of the reasons why you will never see Thomas Dona and you will never hear about Thomas Dona ever again on this earth, because they had to silence him. They had to silence Thomas Dona, like the silent Bati Yenswa, like the silent Albert Peter, Gifty Lama. Hey man, you name them. They had to silence Thomas Dona. Now I've come to the conclusion, what I have in my possession, that if anybody come up from that place, I'm sorry for the rest of the guys that are there. I hope they are well protected. I hope they're doing what they have to do for their own security. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand, read this letter. Take a screenshot of it. Read this text message. Whatever you may call it, read it. The B Mountain issue, when Samuel Twess said 300 million can come from LRA. John Modu said it on the show. Even yesterday he said it. But you remember when the other commissioner went in front of the Senate, I think what's his name, this guy, I don't know him, Montgomery and Sam. I think one of them went in from the Senate. John Bodu said that. And they talk about they sent $300 million also to come to the country. I want to bring to your attention that we are short collecting CUF from B Martin. According to section 24.2V of the Mineral Development Agreement, they are to be paying 1.5% in lieu of the lump sum amount of $300,000 USD, as we are currently collecting. Now, the first person I will go to when I finish reading this is Steven Johnson. They're supposed to also be paying 1.5 on everything, 1.5. But Joe Weah, because they've been giving him money, Samuel Twe, through Thomas Donat, that they squeeze his boards and tell you that the people, as per the president recommendation, they should only pay $300,000. You know how much the 1.5 are going to be for Liberia? As we are currently collecting. Therefore, I'm going to instruct Enterprise Rex on Monday, July 24th, 2023, to conduct a review as to the amount uncollected. C1, how come you or your team didn't pick this up? CG, if it meets your approval, I would prefer for internal audit to combine with RICS to do said review. Your feedback would be highly appreciated and will help us collect legitimate revenue. Somebody in there was trying to fight. Did they silence that person? I will let you know tomorrow. But I want to go to the man that worked in this industry before, Steven Johnson. This is very serious, folks. What I have in my possession, it will tell you the reason that you will never ever hear or see Thomas Donat on this earth again. While these people are collecting their own money in the corner, I dare you to believe they were only giving the Liberian government $300,000 and collecting millions from B Mountain. It's not only B Mountain. It's not only B Mountain. But Mr. Johnson, CUF, why do you think the people end up stealing for our country like that? Give the government $300,000.
Is the custom user fee. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's a custom user fee. So these entities are required by law to pay 1%. But what I see, look, Stanton, when I read, one of the things in our law that you cannot negotiate is the issue of taxes.
Thank you.
You cannot negotiate taxes. The reason you cannot negotiate taxes because it is a law. So in the first instance, anybody who negotiates a tax has committed a serious crime against the country, because taxes are stipulations that are in the law. They're not just man-made. So for instance, I can be a collector. If somebody comes to pay and maybe the CIF value of the goods is 50,000 and will do the calculation, they're supposed to pay $10 in taxes, I cannot negotiate that. To do so, I will be defrauding the government of legitimate taxes, and that will be economic sabotage. Instead of this is the problem, and you see what the LRA, and you begin to see why Gifty Lama and Albert Peters and other people who were involved with direct audits had to die mysteriously. So what will happen between now and the middle of this year will be the discovery of most of the missing puzzle as to why 4 or 5 auditors died within the space of 7 days, including Paten Niswa. So you're beginning to see before our eyes how the mystery is beginning to the mystery is beginning to unravel right before our eyes. And so when you see an official of government negotiating with a company to defraud the government, I'm worried that you take it from one. So I don't know, the 1.5 is of what? 1.5 of the 26 million? I need to see the full details. So
I'm going to say you everything. I will say you everything. It's important. You know, I'm trying to bring the story, but the whole story of the Musa then took us away. It's huge.
Yeah. Send me some of those documents. Let me review them, and then.
It's huge. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. Let's hear you about this B Mountain and the argument that why the government waived. No, they didn't waive. They took the money. George Manor, we hadn't took the money, and they decided to give the Liberian government peanuts, $300,000.
I mean, I'm willing to get the document to review as well, Stanton, but I mean, it's sickening, when you think about how much money those people stole from Liberians. It's just sickening. That's all I can say about it. As I read, the other reports that we got from Malu, as I hear him when he spoke here yesterday, as I heard him when he spoke here yesterday, and what you're saying is just sickening. That's all I can say,
Oh, Prince Maxwell.
Well, my position is already clear, Stanton. I was stating my position before you even brought this topic on. I was stating clearly that the LRA right now is a national security concern for all branches of government in the Republic of Liberia. We've seen over the years what has been happening at the LRA. We've seen death. We've seen the LRA has become a source of corruption. We've seen the LRA has become a source of manipulation. We've seen the LRA has become a source of coercion. We've seen the LRA has become a source of complete dishonesty to the Liberian people. That in itself has placed the LRA in the bracket of national security concern. And by that, there needs to be a rigorous, rapturous sweep of the LRA so as to protect the national interest of Liberia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stanton, we're getting a breaking news that Samora Wolokole has resigned from the from the CDC.
I was waiting for that document, right? Yeah, I received the information, but I really wanted the document. And that's why I said Samora will not be confirmed, because I was just waiting for the letter or the screenshot of the investigation of his resignation. So you are right. I saw that. You are quite correct. Why he resigning?
A man going in a new position, he won't be neutral.
Yeah, that his business. He was sitting on his side. But let me come back to this thing. Let me pull up this other very important information. Then we'll go to our brother LRA Management for us to leave from here. It's way past our time. But folks, this is the reply when people were calling for investigation into this matter, Steven. This is the reply from Thomas Donat. Again, that was a whole cabal. That whole cartel operation. Let's read the reply from Thomas Donat. So, what investigation are you talking about? Who is doing the investigation? This is Thomas Donat replying. You know why? Because this is sense, how you call it? I want you guys to understand, this is big, my people. This is huge. But Thomas Donat, since July 3rd, 2023, what investigation are you talking about? Who is doing the investigation, and what is the terms of reference, and who authorized the investigation? Thomas Donat speaking, the late Thomas Donat. Who are the participants conducting the investigation? We have to understand our roles and coordinate properly. I would appreciate if we had a discussion before proceeding with any such investigation. And C1 and team are hereby required to withhold all information until the proper processes
and
are
C1
followed.
there is the custom commissioner.
Yes. And I want you to understand though, somebody from the group, like our sources have shared all these documents with us because you had that internal fight. Senator was mad with Thomas Donat. He was so angry. Why are you doing investigation about B Mountain? The president have authorized you that we can only take 300,000 from them. Why are you going back? Why are you opening Pandora box? And yes, the last paragraph from Thomas Donat. As you see, regard, it's right there, regard. You see CG9, Commissioner General now. Regard, CG9, Commissioner General now. He said, I would definitely love an investigation of any issue act that undermines revenue collection, but we must do so systematically and structurally. That blah, because there was no investigation. There were none whatsoever. Since July 3rd, John Balu, that you're looking at, you better run beyond John Balu. That man is a seasoned man with information. John Balu, He have all these documents. And I can tell you, the question remains is that Thomas Donald will block it, a very important investigation. And as of today, there was no investigation. B Mountain walked away with money. Money was put in Joya pocket and put in Samuel Twellen pocket. It's the reason why Samuel Twellen told John Bodu, talk to Thomas Donald. Knowing very well Thomas Donald now died, he passed. But he was a storage to all this information. These are just few of the information I'm sharing with you guys tonight. If you join us tomorrow, you will have more. Because LRA is like a rotten fish that one must, and that's where you think you're carrying Samora Wodo calling the men that have destroyed finance ministry. Are you kidding me? Joya stupid? He doesn't have common sense? Or because the money that Samora been collecting, he been giving it to Joya, so Joya won't go collect more from LRA? Look at this information, folks. Giving back to B Mountain $26+ million and allowing the Liberian government to walk away with only $300,000. You be the judge. We rest on this one. We'll come back tomorrow with all the information we got. We'll share with you because you brought this station up. This station is yours. We had nothing from you. And I don't know who in studio. If I ask you to share the information, you'll be saying no. Tonight, I beg you, Diamond, Nelson, whoever in studio, put it on our page. Let the Liberian people see it. You must share this thing. That's the only way we can fight against a system that have tried to destroy our country since Charlie Quintal. And I will put it up one last time before we close. One last time. There you go. The people taking 1.5%, equivalent to almost $27 million, and they're giving Liberia only 300,000. Only 300,000. That's wickedness. For 6 years, do the math. For 6 years. How much money went to George Manawea and Samuel Twellen? Samora would have called it, Thomas Donald. How much money went to them? And even when somebody is so good enough to open an investigation, the man Samuel Donald said, no, don't do it. Don't do it. This is big, folks. I have all the documents on LRA, and we'll share this document with the Liberian people. Mr. Conor Gray, can we please close?
Well, sometimes I wonder, where is the deputy LRA boss, Bennett? Because prior to the confirmation of Donald, this guy was in line to serve as the commissioner of LRA, and I understand there was some struggle between the U.S. Embassy regarding, Liberian people love to say this is the person the U.S. approved, and I'm hearing some of those kind of lies coming down about Ziankan, but I'll talk about that later. The U.S. will not approve of anybody. And we hear people running with those kinds of lies. This is the person the U.S. approved. The United States is not in the business of approving civil servants or appointees of government. That's not their rule. So people will always lie. Now, I understand Thomas Donald survived as commissioner because there was this lie about he who the United States approved. But you can just see that there's somebody that is not happy. And why wouldn't they bring a trustworthy lieutenant that will be protecting George Weah? That's why Wolokole is going there. The same thing like Musa Din. He's not going there because he's the most qualified. But if they promote from within and bring Samuel Bennett, lots of stuff will come out. We need to hear some of those things. I wonder if B Mountain, that's how they went away $14 million, in honor of a company against the people of Bomi. Now they've waived 300. It seems as though these people are collecting the money. Then on the front, they put that small amount of money there. So I wait to see what Molu will do in terms of if he's appointed as the Auditor General of the Republic of Liberia. I know he knows how to go about his job, and that's one interesting chapter. I wait to see how we start pulling some of these kinds of situations out. I mean, if we have not even gotten there yet, Stanton, all of this documentation coming out. Imagine when John Molu gets there. There'll be so much that he will lay hands on. You have to be savvy. But I think these people are so sluggish, especially this Joe government. They don't know how to hide things. They will be fully exposed, and I wait to see that day coming forth. My brother, I'll end it.
Thank you very much. Again, you talk about Sam Bennett. I think we'll reach out to him to see whether he want to appear. Montgomery. I've been trying to reach out to these guys, but it's been forever. I hope they can appear on Spoon. I hope we can talk about the issue about the LRA. I think they should come and speak to the nation and address the accusation and allegation leveled against them. This is not only about how you call him Thomas Dodna. This is about all of them. It's not some of them. What's his position? What did he do? What are they doing currently? So we hope to hear from Sam Bennett and that of Montgomery. I want to say, Dr. Richardson, can you join us with your closing, please?
Sure. Good show. We'll start off talking about taking the lapa off Liberia. As you can see, President Weah is engaging in his practice of taking the lapa off Liberians by nominating Musa Dean and also Samara Wolokoli. I believe that there's a lot of injustices that are done to the Liberian people by that nomination. Anytime someone can be in a government and sit there and see contracts, especially if you have a legal mind, that are not in the best interest of Liberia, as in the contract that you just explained, like the bee mounting. It didn't just happen. Somebody had to go review that contract and say it's okay or approve, maybe intentionally or unintentionally, the stealing behavior, the corrupt behavior. So that's what I want to say. It's just sad for me that we have all these resources. Our country is rich, but the people who's managing our country are not working for us. They're working against us. So when I think about injury to Liberian people, that's what I think about. That huge significant amount of stealing. And I don't think Samara Kali is just as bad. I think Samara Kali is just as bad as Musa Dean. I wouldn't separate them. And I agree with somebody who said that we should really pay attention to the LRA. It's not just an ordinary position. Many things have happened there as well. Lastly, the comment that I had, I noted that Dr. Kroma, who is in Freetown, Sierra Leone, I think that has a lot of implications for Liberia when the ex-president is brought to court. And in Liberia right now, it's possible that some people might bring George Weah out of court. And if he's if Dean is confirmed, then, who's going to make the decision on those cases? It would be Musa Dean on the bench, except he excuses himself. But, so I think I'm thinking that there's a lot of implication for, Liberia. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Great show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot. My brother, Prince Maxwell.
Stanton, what is profoundly surreal about the LRA is the fact that right now, it's the fact that Thomas Dodna is still speaking to us from the land of the dead. Imagine that. He is still speaking to Liberian people from the land of the dead, and he's going to speak to us for as long as possible, whether good or bad, and how we use that information provided so as to secure our country will be very, very important. The second point I have to make concerns the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. First and foremost, I would like to thank Senator Balut for participating in today's meeting with the outgoing Minister of Foreign Affairs and the discussion held. It was successful. I like his point he made. He put his foot on the ground and he was very serious about the issues being discussed. My next point is to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chair, Honorable James Barney. Sir, I would like to thank you so much for the position you've taken so far in helping the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Foreign Service, and Liberia to maintain a good standing internationally. But sir, I'd like to say this to you. Currently, there are 35 diplomats that have been appointed into the Foreign Service during this lame duck period, which is very, very wrong in so many ways. Also, I will hope that the current administration will consider requesting a temporary halt to posting diplomats. Not only that, also working with various missions to refrain from processing new diplomats at this point of the incoming president, so as to allow the incoming president administration to fully review all of those diplomats that are being appointed into the service. Senator James Barney's position on not confirming or even opening the confirmation process of those two ambassadors is the right thing. And I think that the current Ministry of Foreign Affairs should follow suit. I think that the incoming administration of President Joseph Boakai should push their position hard with the outgoing administration so as to not create a distortion in the processes that surround posting and transfer of diplomats. To end, diplomats right now are still waiting for their salaries and their rent. This is very, very important. This is very important to the dignity of our country, and it's very important to the livelihood of those diplomats that are abroad, are laboring to make sure Liberia integrity, international integrity remains firm and proud. Thank you.
Brother Prince Maxwell Stewart, conclude, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. It's been a wonderful show. It's been a very interesting conversation. I just like to piggyback a little on what Dr. Remy Gray has said. Remy Gray, I think St. Bernard too has come under some serious criticism. I think at one point he was accused of falsifying his credential, especially regarding his PhD, and to the point where when he went for confirmation hearing, he had removed that completely from his resume. So, and I believe for somebody who is in the business of collecting revenue, the issue of integrity should be at the highest level of your operations. And so, to the point where you can falsify a credential, it questions to the extent your level of credibility. And we've seen times of our number, for example, here in the US, where people have resigned from position simply because of plagiarism. For example, Dr. Gay, Clandine Gay, who was the president of Harvard, resigned because she was accused of plagiarism. So it tells you how academic thievery is considered very egregious here in the US and other parts of the world. I just thought to make that point. Well, moving to the issue of the confirmation. Well, the Senate now has a responsibility, and I like the time of the year we're in, where we're moving to a transition, and all eyes are on Capitol Hill for several reasons. One is this is the final decision that the 54th legislature will take, and the second thing is that we're moving to a new administration in the coming days. So some of our senators can either choose to redeem themselves for a little bit, or they could say, you know what, to hell with the Liberian people, to hell with everybody. We just continue to throw more mud on our reputation, already soiled reputation. And so they could choose. You see, I like to be very fair in all of my assessment of our people and what I, and when I look at it, especially through the the lenses of politics. I think, and I believe, the opinion of people as expressed on these public utilities are opinions within their consciences to a specific issue. For example, I was reading an article written by Samora in which he has said that the election of Joseph Boakai is an existential threat to our democracy. And in that article, he outlines numerous reasons as to why Boakai is a threat to our democracy. And so now to see Samora wanting to fill in the capacity where he now has the revenue arm. Now, the revenue component of the government is the most crucial. It's at the nucleus of the public bureaucracy because it is the source of government funding. And so the extent to which the government wants to succeed heavily relies on how much money it can collect and how it can institute measure to safeguard fiscal loopholes. And so you will want to see somebody in that position who represents the shared value of the new administration, somebody who understands the vision of the new government and who is willing to move our revenue number. I work in revenue for 4 years. It's a very tedious task, very tedious, because you are on the front line. And every time you're on the front line in the revenue business, you could be hit by stray bullets. And stray bullets in the revenue language, not the physical bullet, but it is the temptation to want to steal. It's the temptation to want to do things the wrong way. Unless you are motivated by your sets of private values and the understanding about the public value, you could land yourself in trouble. And so, Stanton, in closing, I would think that in the coming weeks, days, and months, we'll begin to see these revelations. People will. This is the Sasewu season. There will be open confession. People will come up and give confession because there are lots of people sitting on information that they fear of being targeted, force them to conceal those information. Now that you're moving to a new administration, Spoon Talk should get ready. You will be inundated with number of information concerning the public trust and how people will be revealing some secrets, deep secrets, that for the last 6 years remain a mystery. And so, I'm looking forward. I was hoping that Serenos will have availed himself here today for us to talk about some of the legal implications surrounding the Musa Dane's nominations, because we wanted to know, but it's unfortunate that he failed to show up. I would say failed because he did not send any excuse. He just boycotted the show, and that is wrong, especially for a lawyer who is supposed to be a reputable person. I think next time, if you're not coming, you can do the honorable thing by just sending an excuse, which will be decent, the decent thing to do. But I mean, it's been a great show. It's always good to be on set with Dr. Richardson, Prince Maxwell, Conor Gray, Dwalu, and you, Stanton. You bring another flavor to the conversation. The
men are salt and pepper.
The intermittent
yeah, we always tell panelists, man, bring out the
sidetracks. And the funny thing is, you'll be multitasking.
Always doing that. CNN can do that, man.
Yeah, you'll be multitasking. You'll be talking here, then he'll be reading comments to see which one will target any of his panelists.
But the issue is that, man, this is not your American CNN, this is your African CNN, your Liberian CNN.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I don't know what will be.
But you're right. You know what, Steven, you're right. I don't know. I called my dear friend Serena Seaforth. He called me like our time 12 something in the morning, and I asked him. I said, "Why are you not sleeping?" Imagine 12 something in the morning here. It's like 4 something, 5 something in Liberia. And he said, "Oh, I'm preparing a report." And we spoke for almost 4 hours. I had to leave from the bedroom to come sit over here because this is like the bedroom sitting place, just not to disturb my wife. And he has shown me. We spoke on different issues. That guy is seasoned. We spoke about his sanction. We spoke about Musa Ding and the way forward for his nomination and confirmation. We spoke about the country. We spoke about different issues. And he said, yes, he was willing, happy to come. I don't know what happened. I hope he's well, you know, and I pray that he's well. I will reach out to him again. It's you know, he always showed up when he promised to come. So we just pray that he's well. But I'm taking back for my closing, guys. I'm taking back as to why. Somebody sent me a message that Thomas Donat saw his death, but he didn't know when, how, or where he was going to die. I was hit too hard with all the information I'm getting. They said Thomas Donat saw his death because folks were after, they were pounding on him. We have a very bad government, wicked individual in the government, from the president down, that would just throw the message out there. And Colonel Gray, you know what Donald Trump would say. He would not say it directly, indirectly, but you get a quote. And I think, personally, we are operating as a coded individual. It's bad for our country. And Thomas Donat is dead. A lot of information. A lot. You know what they're asking for now? His computer. Those flash drive. Information to his email. Jawea and Samatua, they are requesting those information. I will tell the folks tomorrow. I have the information. I will tell Liberians tomorrow. You know when they killed Bati Yanswa? The allegation that they killed him and people saying that he fell for, I would believe that nonsense. They ran straight for his laptop. You remember? Leader came on the show, Musu, she said it. That's the same thing that is happening. The cell phone, laptop, flash drive, hard drive, password or email account, they're running for those things to cover up. Why will you give B Mountain all the money? Why? And give 300,000 to Liberia? Why are you so wicked? Why are you so evil to your own nation? Because they were keeping and putting the money in the pocket every year. 26 something million dollars coming just for B Mountain alone. We're now not talking about the other. So when the Americans see fit to put it on sanction, people question why you put them on sanction. Because the people know what they have. The American and other international partners, Prince Maxwell, they have these documents. They have these documents. They have these documents. Folks, let me say to you, we pray to God for long life. They say the bird asks for long life, not long fellows. Because once that bird gets long life, the bird will have a long fellow. We pray to God for long life. We will tell you everything that you need to know. We even to social, how you call it, welfare, social security. Steven, how you call it? Because yeah, they say welfare, well, social security in Liberia,
Yeah,
right?
social security, NASCAR.
NASCAR, we reached there yet? The thing is quiet. You know how much money comes from that place? That went to Jawea. We talk about the road from people complain. We talk about Mawani this they complain.
No talking about defense.
We talk about Dana Nimbo they complain. We talk about how you call her Josita Nova Winton. They're shaking, but because we have the document, we do, and that's the reason why we would tell the Liberian people every day. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country called Liberia. This too shall pass. I can live with you, take it or leave it. The person they nominated to be ambassador to the Arab country, James Bannon, will not put that on the floor. He will leave it with God. The only reason why you are saying Frank Musa Dean and Samara would call you because they are chairman on those committees, they are sedition. But I can tell you for free, somebody, I will say this. I think Zoe Penham and Edwin Snow. And I want you to hear me well, my brother Stevie, because you're part of the cluster. Correct me if I'm wrong while I'm doing this closing. I think Zoe Penham and Edwin Snow. Hear these two names. I think they will vote no on Samara Wodokoli. That's a plus for the alliance. I think Zoe Penham and Edwin Snow. I'm saying this, I want you guys to hear me. They will say no to Samara Wodokoli. I believe it's very strongly. For Musa Din, I don't know. But I think Samara Wodokoli will be rejected. We can go through the numbers because sedition within themselves, they just don't like Musa or Samara Wodokoli. They just don't like him at all. He is massively corrupt. Anybody put a name behind Samara Wodokoli, you going down. He is massively corrupt. And I think Joel was setting Samara Wodokoli off for sanction. And he fell right into it. I'm giving you information that I know. I'm giving you information that I know. And I know that at the end of the day, with God above, the senators will make the right decision. Have a good night, folks. We love you. We wish you well. Nelson, can you join us? Prince Maxwell, say happy birthday to our friend. You know her. You've been talking to her. Wish her well for us. Colonel Gray, you want to bring the defense stuff out? The thing, I have nothing on them yet.
I'll send some documentation to you.
I'm going to start investigating them.
Yep.
Stephen Johnson, you have the rest of the document. You have
that Millennium Project across Camp Shuffling.
Yeah, we'll bring it up.
I have a lot of things.
We'll bring it up. Thank you, man. Please extend my greetings to the bereaved, the person that died. Okay. Okay. Yeah, man. Oh, there is somebody died.
No. I mean, I get
whatever the case may be, my brother, I think it's good having you.
Minnesota, I don't think we have that tradition to bury people in the course of the week. I think we normally push it to the weekend.
Let me ask you a question though. What's Samara resigning today? Wow.
that other one, that different discovery over there.
We'll discuss it tomorrow.
Exactly, that different discovery.
He's a foolish guy. We want to say greetings to all of our dear followers. We love you. We wish you well. Have a good night. And again,
good night, gentlemen. People.
Good night, folks. Yeah. Yeah, my piggy.
Yes, sir.
I can tell what now. Samara will call it with fully going to say he resigned. I would believe that nonsense. That game he playing, piggy. You know that game he playing. You see, I try to leave here before 8 because the show comes on at 8 o'clock our time and 1 o'clock Liberian time, right? Yeah. And you usually do your show for 2 hours from 1 till 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, promote your show. What's the name of your show?
Yeah, so it's the late night show. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. And yes, we're here from 1 to 3 a.m. Liberian time. And we also come on, but the time varies for those of you in different parts of the world. Yes, but we have a team of young people who come together to talk about Liberia, to talk about the training issues. Yeah. So
yeah,
we'll be coming out tonight.
What are your issues tonight? Oh, I gotta wish somebody happy birthday. Hey man, how you can jet? You see, they're trying to put me in trouble with Madame Henrietta Vituro Woluba from Monrovia, Liberia, from Hall. Hey man, Henry Supo Woluba from Columbus, Ohio. Hey man, today is January 3rd, the second birthday anniversary of this little girl. Let me send it to you quick, man. You see, the people that can put me in trouble, Nelson. I beg you, Nelson, pull it up before we leave, yeah?
Okay.
They send that birthday greeting so late. And I also, Nelson, pull it up. We got to share it before we call Pastor Raymond. And I also want to wish Roland Perry, I think that's the name, Roland Perry. I think that's his birthday is today too. Barbara, you got to send it to me. Oh. I had it before. I don't know where I put this. Roland Perry birthday is today. You see, I hope you can send it to me, Roland. I want to wish Roland a happy birthday. A happy birthday. I mean, Roland, I see your birthday too, man. But Roland, I think I Roland Perry. I want to wish you a happy birthday from Delaware. Pull that picture up real quick. Let's watch from. Let's wish this little girl a happy birthday. All right, we got 5 more minutes, Nelson. We got a lot of information coming our way concerning LRA, concerning everything else, and we hope to expose them accordingly. And, you know, we will do our best to do so. We want to say, Nelson, put this thing up. I'm begging you for the sake of the program. You guys should be writing and posting this information. They are very good, these messages from our sources about LRA and the investigation that was denied by Thomas Donai. The information, you got to put it up to information about Donna Nebo. Say she got on medical leave. She checked out for the country. That's a memo, as you can see, December 26th. She been gone. She's not going back. She cared less about the transition. You got to put it up. And you got to put this up also, the information for all these things up. The letter from Her Honor to His Excellency. All right? You got to put all this information up. Let our folks follow our show. Join us. Who's this? I don't know who's this. This is Jackson. Text me, please, if you can.
Wow.
Oh, this is Spoon Late Night. So nice. Say you made. Let me say you made a mistake. They probably you're showing him a Spoon Late Night, not Late Night with Nelson. It's a Spoon Late Night with Nelson Colai. Oh, that's the name. Spoon Late Night with Nelson Colai. Oh, okay, that's nice. So you're gonna change the flyer? Spoon Late Night with Nelson Colai.
We're still moving on with the flyer here.
Yeah, but that's a good name. Spoon Late Night with Nelson Colai. And, you know, that's a very good name, and we hope that you know, we hope that you guys can carry. This is Emmy. Emmy part of your program, right?
Yeah. Emmy is one of our co-moderators.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, along with Moba.
What Moba on? What he may do there?
The man.
What am I?
Oh yeah, Moba say he can. He say, my man. Anytime I call the CEO can answer me right back. Even if he not answer me, you call me later on.
I like Moba. I like him. You know, he's a good people. So somebody want us to send that. You're sending the birthday graduation picture, but you ain't sending. Hey, my people, how you can do this to me? I want to wish you guys happy birthday, but when you're sending information, you please say your name and who's the person. And, you know, you just can't send me anything. Let's see, put it up. I'm waiting before I call Pastor Raymond.
Yeah, we have it up. Okay. So,
you know how old is she?
No.
She's 2 years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
wow.
Today is her birthday.
Wow.
Yeah, today is her birthday. Look at other persons that want to wish their daughter happy birthday. You did that free. Nelson will charge you, yeah. Nelson, put it one up after the little girl. Keep that picture up. I want to call her name, please. These are the birthday time, the birthday season. I want to wish our little daughter here, as you can see. This is from her mom, Nelson. Going back to Liberia, but we got to wish her a happy birthday. Wishing her well. So let's say happy birthday to you, the dear Henrietta Victoria Woruba. Today she's turned 2 years old. 2 years old. We wish her a happy birthday from the Spoon family. Again, we want to say Henrietta Victoria Woodward of Monrovia. This is from from her dad, Heron Supu Woodward from Columbus, Ohio. And I'm not gonna say what he got about to do. He's in Brussels right now. He said I should tell you that he's not coming, but he's on his way. Okay.
Oh,
He said he's on his way to Liberia, but I shouldn't tell you. So I'm not telling you. But he wishing you happy birthday. He's on his way to Liberia to see you. He love you. You know, he says, see you, please don't forget. Don't tell her that I'm coming to Liberia. I'm not telling her that you're going to Liberia. Okay. Yeah, I'm not telling her. No, I'm not telling her that you're going there. They get 2 years. Where she understand that you're going there. But happy birthday to you, Henrietta. We wish you well. May God bless you. She's so pretty. She's adorable. We say happy birthday to you, Henrietta. Now, okay, let's put the next birthday up, Nelson. Yes, it's the next birthday right here, Nelson. You got the information, Nelson. What you can talk about here? So you see, that's the thing. You're sending the birthday, then we put a picture up, then we are caught up with who the person. All right, they are watching. Nelson, this is not birthday. This is graduation ceremony. That's not birthday. Yeah, this is graduation ceremony, and this is so unique because the person is graduating from college. But as you can see, we wish this young lady. I know you're going to show the guy. I know. Who can tell me who's this?
Next to her?
Yeah, who's that guy?
That's Albert Peters.
Albert Peters, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the.
Yeah. You see, that's the reason why I'm showing her picture. She graduated from Stella Marie. She did everything she could. A strong woman. A brilliant, strong woman. We applaud her for her courage, for her strength, the strength that God have given her. And we wish her well. We just want to celebrate her. She graduated. She's doing everything she can, but she's a strong, young woman, the daughter of Albert Peters. We wish her well, and we pray God's hands upon her. Sometimes we got to just dedicate the show to an individual like this. She didn't hang her head down. She didn't walk herself in shame. She stopped the crowd. She remembered, but she got to press on for her mother, for her father, for her family. And God is seeing her through. We want to wish the daughter of Albert Peters, we want to praise her tonight. We want to celebrate her as well. She's a decent woman. Wherever she found herself tonight, till on that day, may God continue to grace her and take her through. She's a very strong woman, a very strong young lady, and we wish her well as we remember her father. Again, justice will be done. Justice will be served. Thank you, Nelson. I want to say to every one of you listening to us, a beautiful program, a wonderful show. We just say thank you for joining us. As always, this is the Spoon Talk. This is your program. We will give you the information like none other things that happen in the country. We just want to say, when you have the information, when you want to share information with us, I'm going to put my phone number up, 609-649-4206. Nelson, can you put my number up and your number? Because this is our program. Erin Diamond number, put it up. And people have information they like to share with us. We appreciate you sharing this information. It's wonderful. You let us know what's happening in your ministry, what's happening in your school, what's happening in your neighborhood. Together we can save Liberia. When you see something, when you hear something, say something. You see something, you hear something, you say something. We will be able to save Liberia. Don't keep it to yourself. When you see trouble on the street, call the attention of others. Be your brother keepers. Be your sister keepers. Be Liberia keepers. You can do it. Don't give up. You can do it. Anything you see that is not right, say something. You are free. You can reach out to us. My phone number is 609-649-4206. Anything you hear, just say it. We'll investigate. We'll cover your name. We'll respect your name. Just say it to us. We got to chase those crazy. I mean, leave my phone number alone. Let me say my phone number at Chichipole line. That is Chichipole you can't enjoy that is Chichipole you can't enjoy every day. You can your whole day, you can leave. But I want to say greetings to Emmy. Yes, Joseph Clinton said he coming from the door. Joseph, if you're coming from Chicken Soup Factory, don't come from my door, please. Yeah.
That door, when the men from Chicken Soup Factory and Buze Quarter here backing, their hand can be cutting.
I mean, the dog so high. The dog would just be backing. The door so high. But okay, so that's it, folks. We want to say thank you. Join us again tomorrow. We have a lot of story for you. We're going to give it to you raw. We don't polish it. Okay? And this is not about CDC alone. This will go a long way. We got to talk about Liberia. Can you imagine B Mountain? They're giving the people millions of dollars and they're giving the government 300,000. Damn. It's bad for our country. Bill Carson, yeah, Joseph want to eat Glaywoody. And you're not taking my door. Somebody said they want to work for Spoon FM. You guys hiring, Nelson?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge. All right, let's go, Pastor Raymond, the pastor of the Redeemer Lutheran Church in Trenton, New Jersey. Pastor Raymond Carlson. A shout out to Pastor Raymond, to his wife, Janetta Colley. The many Pastor Raymond Carlson by his wife named Janetta Colley. To the three beautiful children. What's the name again? That's why you're not helping me. What's the children name? Rhea, Janelle,
yeah,
and Olivia.
Oh, yeah.
I went to school just for those names. Rhea, Janelle, and Olivia. I shouldn't forget those names. Let's see if Pastor Raymond on. Hello?
How you doing, my honorable brother?
Yes, sir. Pastor Raymond Collison of the Redeemer Lutheran Church. My greetings to your wife, Janetta Colley, and your three beautiful.
No. I don't know to the panelists and the Liberian people. They got here, I will deal with him.
But what is it though? But and I get paid equally.
They get paid equally. They get environment.
No, but I guess she carry your name yet.
She tell you that one. I'm a poor reader the time.
Well, my man, put no, I can't have my own.
All right, but we don't have my own. They say liars and say they waste fat.
Oh. The woman. So allow me to ask a question, though, please.
The people have you on radio.
I mean, we waiting for Janetta. Janetta, how you doing, sister? Janetta, how you doing, my sister?
I'm good.
Janetta, what's your dad's name? I want to send a shout out to him.
My dad is John Colley.
John Colley. Janetta, when you were in high school, what was your name?
In high school, my name was Janetta Colley.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have on the phone Madam Janetta Colley, the wife of Raymond Collison.
No, my name,
thank you.
My name
She has already told you her name is Janetta Collison. What's wrong with you? How joke you replay where you're political opponents on track? I get traffic.
I mean, when the woman says she was in high school and they were genetic college, then you scared?
When I scared from my in high school, my name was Remote Collison.
All right, folks, we got our brother, the pastor himself of the Redeemer Lutheran Church, Pastor Raymond Collison from Carisburg. Pastor Raymond Collison, the nephew to Ben Uric. Thank you very much, Pastor.
Look, to be a finalist, I know him. They'll say his dad.
Doesn't listen to you.
When I catch this guy, he already hold me. So I would just leave him on that put his business outside. I'll be that way alone. I am the nephew to Ben Uric. I'm not from Carisburg. I don't claim Carisburg. I'm from Somalahon, Kolahon district, D County, Lofa County.
D County.
I mean, I may not even know the way to Lofa County. Leave that one. That they got to do with the benediction.
You want me to explain the road to get to Lofa?
No, that's okay. We'll just do the benediction, brother. For us
Let's do the benediction. We'll talk road later on. Somalahon, Kolahon district. Ask the people about colors in there. But anyway, Happy New Year to all my folks. Happy New Year to Spoon Network, Spoon family. Nelson, Happy New Year. Hope you have your snacks this year. I'm going to try to buy you some snacks and send it to you this year. But to all of you listening, under the sound of my voice, may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you. May the Lord be gracious unto you. May the Lord look upon you with favor. May the Lord give you peace. The peace that surpasses all understanding through Christ Jesus our Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Nelson, help me sing it. Amen. 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 So, Sinoe, what your owner wife last name?
My wife, my beautiful wife, my wonderful everything, my all in all for 27 years. For 27 years, my earth, my moon, my star.
But I heard her name was.
But listen, you asked for my wife's name now. No,
I heard your wife's name was.
But you see the man.
I heard your wife's name was Moba.
Correct. My wife's name is Slow Moba. I take no offense in it. She's still my wife. So you feeling now?
Yeah, I'm feeling at rest. Proceed.
So my all in all, my beautiful wife, mistress, Lao, Gaman, Moba, Witherspoon.
So who cooks better, your wife or your mother-in-law?
My wife is the best cook ever. My wife cooked better than my mother-in-law and my mom.
Talking.
Yes. Come stronger, begin.
Talking.
Come stronger.
Who you rather be around? Your wife, your mother-in-law, or your mother?
For the rest of my life, even if I died, I'd rather be around my wife. Yes.
So if your tire flat on 295 and you have one person to call, who you will call?
My wife. Go ahead, interview.
All right.
We are seasoning this thing. You can't break us. My sleep will be super tonight.
So when you hungry, you have no food to eat. And you have one person to call to make you food. Besides Wawa and the bagel with mayonnaise, who you will call?
My wife.
Your wife.
Anything about Stanton, that's my wife. And I'm a man, I'm my in-laws, I'm my brother, I'm my sister, but my wife. I call God first, I call my wife second. Yeah.
So
I call no children, I call nobody.
If your car breaks down, you need ride. Who do you call?
My wife. I call children, I call nobody. The first person I call that God is second. The second person.
When you have a table, you need pepper soup. who do you call?
But remember how you said dragging the thing? I said anything about me till I die and come out of my wife.
Huh. So when you
why you gotta say dragging the thing
when you are watching football game and you and some people then get money, all kind of pay on it. Who you call to pay for your debt?
When I watch the ego and I beat the ego, like with you myself with that, is that what you want to say?
I didn't say that. I just said who will pay your debt?
My
your
wife.
Mom, your mother-in-law, or your wife? So
Pastor Roma, listen. I own nothing on earth. I take nothing from earth. I got no will. If I shoot, it will be one line. Everything that belongs to me belongs to my wife.
Amen.
Yes. I don't play with that because you know why? She's one of the greatest.
No, she's not one of the greatest.
Listen, Pastor, you tell your own, let me tell my own. Pastor, you tell your own, let me tell my own now. Okay. Well, I will tell you, in everything, I celebrate my wife. Okay? You go up, you come down, I celebrate Madame Lao. I will say this to you. If I had any other person in my life, any other tribe,
it would be me.
But wait, man, how will I marry you? You funny, eh?
No, you're not married.
But let me finish. If I had any other person in my life from any other tribe, I believe I wasn't going to get this far. Because of the person I am, the only person God saw fit that I can marry and live the rest of my life with was Lao.
But your wife and my wife on the same place.
I don't know. I'm talking about my wife. You talk about your wife.
My wife is a brilliant woman.
You talk about your wife, yeah. I talk about my wife. I open it up with my wife because.
Let me open it up with my wife.
Remember that wife competition on your wife?
That wife competition on my wife is brilliant.
I'm thinking I want to do that show, man.
Let it begin and wait. We don't want to pay their bills. Let them wait. They try to fire holiday. My wife is brilliant. That's the only person in my life. So to the wives, I give you a special blessing. May the Lord bless you.
Amen.
May the Lord keep you.
Amen.
With you might be with me and Stanton. Let the Lord get your patience because it's not gonna be a chaparoo sometime. My own partner not chaparoo. I just get high here. And may the Lord look upon you with favor and thank all of you, our wives, all the wives out there. God bless you.
Why you forcing yourself on my own talking point back? Tell your own back.
I said, why you talking my own?
Yeah, but you forcing yourself my own.
I just cooked me the
26, no, more than 26 years. I met Lao at the wash night, actually, 1997. No, 1994. Because, but then Grace soon came about, my first time seeing Lao, 1994. Yeah.
What did you say to her?
And I said, God bless you, God keep you, and God grace be upon you. That's what I said to her. But I would say to you, Pastor Raymond, I would say to you, and I mean it. We all get into the ups and downs, Pastor Raymond. But man, there is no one person, no one female on this earth. No one come close to Lao in my life. And I openly will appreciate her every single day.
My fellow Liberians, this is what you don't understand the Witherspoon with all his political tendencies and his discussions with people around the world. I really appreciate this. Is the part of him that you all need to know. He is a family man. He's a good man. He's a good husband. He's a good father. He's a good brother. He's a good friend.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Roma. And I believe, to tell you the truth, Sis Janetta, she's a godsend in your life. She's a good woman. She is. She's a wonderful woman. And because of Sis Janetta, you are where you are today. And I appreciate her for you.
I'll tell you one last story that you're gonna do your show.
Please do.
Nobody. This is just between me and you. Nelson, nobody listening. You know, when I went to Lutheran church as a single man, and I know that gays will let my business. I know my days will wash up, no problem. But you know, we're just lecturing. One Sunday, my man, the choir was not prepared to sing, and they asked me to please sing a solo. And I sang that day.
And that was the end.
She started to cry. She told her friend, and let somebody who they say, I would not boy level. She said, my people, I just said, let somebody who 11, 12 years.
And the woman will go in the spirit and she will be prophesying and let somebody who.
But she won't come and then she's scared to come and because she know how trouble me.
But the other pastor, yes, sir. And the woman will go in the spirit and she'll be singing and let somebody who.
She was not in the spirit. She was just saying that they were watching me sing, man.
But Pastor Roma, you're a good man. You're a wonderful pastor.
You think
and
so?
No, seriously, God has blessed you to lead the greatest flocks in the Trenton community. You know, the Lutheran Church is a wonderful church. And I said, thank you very much for trying under the guidance and grace of God. You know, let God bless you. Let God bless the church.
And let God bless you too. Let God bless Lao. Let God bless the family. Let God bless Nelson. Let God bless Liberia. All your panelists. Let God bless them and their families this year. There are great things coming for Liberia, and greater things will God do for all of us. And all the wives that take care of your husbands with their high heel selves, may God bless all of you. And you'll have a good night.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, my friend. We want to appreciate you as ever before. Again, have a wonderful evening, my dear friend and brother, Pastor Raymond. Please pay my $500 because, you know, Ego lost to New York. Bye.
I will drop for my money tonight.
Bye. Nelson, listen.
Yes, sir.
We are grateful to God. We are wonderful. We are grateful to God because He's been so good to us. Have a wonderful evening. We will be having a wonderful show tomorrow. Don't forget, are you on tomorrow?
No, I'm not on tomorrow. But I'll be coming in sooner to take over.
Oh, okay. But again, have a good night, okay? Folks,
yes.
Thank you for joining us. Good night.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, we want to say thanks again to you out there for being a part of this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Well, you can join us tomorrow for another fascinating program. Yes, it's going to be very informative again. And you can rest assured that you're going to get authentic information about some major happenings in the country here tomorrow. As you know, this is the platform where the newsmakers get to break the news. So again, thanks for following tonight. We've been streaming live online on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and for YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. That's our YouTube handle. And we've also been live on radio, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5, and a host of other radio stations across the country that is always always relaying our programs. We want to say thanks to all of you. Kibi FM, Trust FM, and Premium FM, and other radio stations as well in Nimba County and other parts of the country that relay our programs, whether periodically or consistently. We say thanks to all of you. So the invitation is just to join us tomorrow. Again, if you have a birthday coming up, you have that special event, you want to appreciate that special person, maybe you have your business, you want to promote your business or what have you, just kindly reach out to the Spoon Network. We're gonna post something together for you and make sure that it goes on very well. Of course, birthdays and just whatever, some very important events. You want us to, do some special birthday greetings and all of that. We are open to that. Once you reach out, of course, we can get to talk about that. Until then, have a good night. Liberia is all we have. Let's remember to keep the peace. I'm Nelson Collet. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band.